The shadow of karma one day. You may have to walk across the very ground you are creating with your thoughts tonight. Every thought you keep, every word you release, and every action you perform is quietly following you, as faithfully as a shadow follows the body. In this long reflection, we enter the Buddha's teaching on the 5 daily contemplations, especially the contemplation of karma, through the eyes of ordinary people who want to live with less regret, less cruelty, and more awakened care. This is not a lesson meant to frighten the heart, but to make it honest, tender, and free. Imagine a person sitting alone late at night, when the house has become quiet and the noise of the day has finally loosened its grip. The phone is set aside, the lights are dim. The world continues in its usual way, but inside, something begins to return. A sentence spoken too sharply, a small lie that seemed harmless, a private thought of envy, a moment of anger that was justified in the mind, but still left a wound in the heart. During the day, these things looked small. They passed quickly. They were covered by work, meals, conversations, errands, fatigue. But at night, when there is nothing left to distract us, they come back and sit beside us. And perhaps this person is not wicked. Perhaps this person is like most of us. A parent trying to provide for a family. A worker carrying the pressure of survival. A student worried about the future. An elder looking back over many seasons of joy and loss. A seeker who has heard a little of the Dharma and feels, somewhere deep inside, that life cannot be only about chasing, consuming, defending, and forgetting. This person does not wake up every morning intending to harm the world, yet harm may still be done. Careless words still escape, harsh judgments still form, small acts of selfishness still appear. Not because the heart is evil, but because the heart is often asleep. This is the quiet tragedy the Buddha points to. Human beings do not always fall because they choose darkness with full awareness. Very often, we fall because we do not look. We assume there will be more time to apologize, more time to become kind, more time to stop an addiction, more time to soften our speech, more time to purify our intentions, more time to understand what this life is really for. We live as if tomorrow is guaranteed, as if health will remain loyal, as if the people we love will always be close, as if our body will obey us, as if the consequences of our actions can be postponed forever. But the Buddha did not teach so that we could continue sleepwalking through cause and effect. He taught to wake us gently, firmly, completely. Among the teachings given for daily remembrance, there are 5 contemplations that act like mirrors placed before the heart. They are simple, but they are not shallow. They are ancient, but they are never outdated. They are not designed to make life gloomy. They are not meant to drag the mind into despair. They are lamps along a dark road, placed there so we do not stumble in arrogance, denial, or intoxication. The first contemplation is that we are subject to aging. We have not gone beyond aging. The second is that we are subject to illness. We have not gone beyond illness. The third is that we are subject to death. We have not gone beyond death. The fourth is that all that is dear and pleasing to us will become separated from us. The fifth is that we are the owners of our karma, heirs to our karma, born of our karma, related to our karma, supported by our karma, whatever karma we create for good or for harm that we shall inherit. At first, these contemplations may sound severe: aging, illness, death, separation, karma. Most people do not want to begin the day with such thoughts. We want encouragement. We want confidence. We want to hear that everything will be fine, that life is ours to shape exactly as we please. But the Buddha's compassion is not the kind that flatters our delusion. His compassion is the kind that saves us from wasting our human life. He does not ask us to remember aging because he hates youth. He does not ask us to remember illness because he denies health. He does not ask us to remember death because he rejects life. He does not ask us to remember separation because he is cold toward love. And he does not ask us to remember karma because he wants us to tremble under punishment. He asks us to remember these things because forgetfulness is dangerous. When we forget aging, we can become reckless with youth. We may spend the strength of the body as if it has no limit, as if the fire of energy will never dim, as if beauty, speed, desire, and pride are permanent possessions. When we forget illness, we may rely too heavily on health and use it for unwholesome purposes, thinking that the body is a servant that will never protest. When we forget death, we postpone the most important work of the heart. We delay forgiveness, we delay generosity, we delay discipline, we delay wisdom. When we forget separation, we cling to people and things as if love means ownership, and when change comes, we are shattered because we never trained the mind to bow before impermanence. And when we forget karma, we become careless at the deepest level. We begin to believe that what is hidden from others has no consequence. We begin to think that a thought is harmless just because no one heard it. A word is finished just because the sound vanished. An action is over just because the hand has been withdrawn. We tell ourselves, it was nothing, it was only a small moment, it was only a fly, only an insect, only a harsh sentence, only a little deception, only a private resentment. But in the field of karma, nothing wholesome is lost, and nothing unwholesome is truly erased by our desire to forget it. This does not mean we must live in terror of every movement. It means we must live with reverence. The Buddha's teaching on karma is not a superstition to frighten children. It is a profound invitation to dignity. It tells us that our life matters in every direction. Our thoughts matter. Our speech matters. Our actions matter. Even the moments that seem unobserved are not meaningless because they shape the mind that performs them. Each intention leaves an imprint. Each repeated habit deepens a path. Each act of cruelty makes cruelty more available. Each act of kindness makes kindness more natural. Slowly we become what we practice. This is why the contemplation of karma is so important for the purification of the three doors: body, speech, and mind. Through the body, we act. Through speech, we release words into the world. Through the mind, we intend, imagine, judge, desire, resent, and understand. These three are the gates through which our inner life becomes karma. If these gates are unguarded, suffering multiplies. If these gates are trained, life becomes cleaner, kinder, and wiser. Consider the body first. With the body we can protect, serve, nourish, and comfort. We can also strike, steal, exploit, and destroy. A hand can lift a child, prepare a meal, wipe away tears, plant a tree, rescue a small creature from danger. The same hand can throw boiling water onto the ground without awareness, crush life casually, slam a door in rage, take what is not given, or point in accusation. We often separate actions into large and small according to whether society notices them. But karma is not measured only by public applause or public blame. It is shaped by intention, by awareness, by the quality of the heart at the moment of doing. To harm a tiny creature may seem insignificant to a mind trained in arrogance. A fly, a cockroach, an ant, a worm, we may think, what does it matter? But the contemplation of karma asks us to pause before that question hardens into habit. That being fears harm, that being clings to life according to its capacity. That being appears before us in a small and humble form today. But the web of existence is vast, and we do not know the ancient causes that brought any life into its present condition. Today it dies under our hand. Tomorrow, who can say what conditions we ourselves may meet? We do not know the form in which pain will find us. We do not know whether the fruit of harshness will ripen when we are powerful or helpless, admired or forgotten, newly crowned or newly broken, full of pride or full of hope. This is not meant to make us paranoid. It is meant to make us tender. Now consider speech. Words disappear quickly. A sentence leaves the mouth, travels through the air, and is gone. But anyone who has been wounded by words knows that speech does not end when sound ends. A cruel word can remain in someone's heart for years. A humiliating remark can shape a child's self-image. A lie can fracture trust. Gossip can turn friends into enemies. Sarcasm can hide violence under cleverness. Even silence, when used to punish, can become a weapon. Yet speech can also become medicine. One sincere apology can loosen a knot that has lasted for decades. One gentle truth can guide someone away from danger. One word of encouragement can keep a tired person from giving up. One blessing spoken with a pure heart can change the atmosphere of a room. So when the Buddha asks us to contemplate karma, he is asking us to recognize that speech is never merely sound. Speech is seed. Once released, it travels beyond our control. And then there is the mind, the most subtle door. Many people restrain the body because they fear punishment. Many restrain speech because they fear conflict. But the mind, hidden from the world, wanders freely. It can rehearse revenge while smiling politely. It can envy another's happiness. It can delight in someone's downfall. It can pretend compassion while secretly seeking praise. It can judge, compare, possess, and condemn. Because no one sees, we may think the mind's movements are private and therefore weightless. But the mind is the root. Before the hand moves, the mind inclines. Before the tongue speaks, the mind forms. Before a habit appears outwardly, it has been fed inwardly many times. To contemplate karma is to return to this root with honesty, not with hatred toward ourselves, but with responsibility. We begin to ask, what am I watering in the unseen garden of my heart? If I keep thinking this way, what kind of person will I become? If I keep justifying this anger, where will it lead me? If I keep feeding this compassion, how much suffering might be prevented? The image the Buddha's teaching gives us is simple and unforgettable. Karma follows us like a shadow follows the body. A shadow may be ignored, but it does not leave. When we walk in sunlight, it is there. When we turn, it turns. When we run, it runs. In the same way, what we think, say, and do may vanish from sight, but it does not vanish from the stream of cause and effect. The world may forget. Other people may never know. We ourselves may bury the memory. But the heart has been shaped. The current has been moved. A seed has been planted. There is an old story told among village elders about a farmer who planted 2 fields side by side. In one field, he scattered seeds of bitter gourd, cursing the soil as he worked, complaining about the heat, resenting his neighbors for their easier harvests. In the other field, he planted rice, but this time he worked slowly, blessing each handful of seed, speaking gently to the earth as though it could hear him. Months later, both fields grew, because seeds obey the law of growth regardless of the farmer's mood. But something else had also grown alongside the crops. The farmer who cursed had become a man who cursed easily in every part of his life, quick to blame, quick to see enemies in ordinary neighbors. The farmer who blessed had become a man whose voice softened wherever he went, whose children did not flinch when he entered a room. The rice and the gourd were harvested and eaten, and within a season, no one remembered which field had grown which crop. But the farmer's household remembered, for years, which kind of man had walked among them. This is the quiet mechanism the Buddha pointed to when he spoke of karma. It is not only the outer harvest that matters, it is the inner harvest, the shape the heart takes while the hands are busy, that continues long after the visible crop has been consumed. And this truth contains both warning and hope. If unwholesome karma follows us, then we must be careful. But if wholesome karma follows us, then no act of goodness is wasted, no moment of restraint is meaningless, no kind word disappears into emptiness, no sincere regret is useless, no effort to begin again is too small. When you choose not to speak harshly, something in the world becomes safer. When you choose not to kill needlessly, something in the heart becomes softer. When you choose not to feed resentment, a future suffering may already be weakening. When you choose generosity over greed, truth over deception, patience over anger, compassion over cruelty, You are not merely behaving well. For a moment, you are building a road your own feet will one day walk. This is why the 5 daily contemplations are not dark thoughts. They are tools for freedom. They strip away intoxication. They remind youth not to be arrogant, health not to be careless, life not to be postponed, love not to become possessive, and action not to be unconscious. They bring us back to the simple, powerful truth that we are participating in our own future with every intention. A person who remembers aging becomes less obsessed with appearance and more devoted to wisdom. A person who remembers illness becomes grateful for each breath and less willing to use health for harm. A person who remembers death becomes urgent in goodness, not frantic but awake. A person who remembers separation loves more gently, holding others with appreciation rather than ownership. And a person who remembers karma begins to clean the 3 doors every day, not because someone is watching, but because the heart itself deserves to be purified. So tonight, when the day becomes quiet and your own life returns to sit beside you, do not turn away too quickly. Look with courage, not to drown in regret, but to learn. See the words that could have been softer. See the thoughts that need not be fed again. See the actions that ask for repair. See also the kindness you offered, the restraint you practiced, the small goodness no one praised. All of it matters. All of it teaches. All of it becomes part of the path. The Buddha did not ask us to remember these 5 truths so that we would become afraid of living. He asked us to remember them so that we would stop living carelessly. He asked us to bring aging, illness, death, separation and karma into daily awareness because a heart that remembers clearly is harder to corrupt. It becomes humble. It becomes watchful. It becomes less intoxicated by temporary power, temporary beauty, temporary pleasure, temporary anger. It begins to understand that life is fragile, relationships are precious, and every intention has weight. And before we can understand karma deeply, before we can truly see how every thought, word, and deed follows us like a shadow, we must begin with the first contemplation the Buddha placed before us, the contemplation of aging, because if we do not understand that this body is already moving toward change, we will continue to spend our youth, our strength, and our days as if they can never be taken from us. There is a strange confidence that belongs to youth, not always loud, not always arrogant in an obvious way, but hidden deep in the way we move through the world. We wake up and expect the body to obey. We look in the mirror and assume the face we see is somehow our permanent address. We make plans as if energy will always be available, as if desire will always be strong, as if tomorrow will simply open its door, because we have not yet imagined it closing. In youth, strength feels like ownership, beauty feels like identity, opportunity feels endless, the back is straight, the eyes are clear, the hands are quick, and the mind runs forward with 1,000 wants. We believe there will be time to repair what we break, time to apologize after we have wounded someone, time to become patient after we have spent years being harsh, time to become wise after we have enjoyed being careless. But the Buddha, with a compassion deeper than ordinary comfort, asks us to pause right there. He asks us to remember, I am of the nature to grow old. I have not gone beyond aging. This is not meant to frighten us. It is meant to wake us up, because aging is not something that suddenly appears at the end of life. Aging is already here, quietly walking with us. It is in the first tiredness we ignore. It is in the small changes we pretend not to notice. It is in the way childhood disappeared without asking our permission. In the way yesterday's body is already gone. In the way every breath carries us forward into a form we cannot keep. When we are young, we often treat old age as if it belongs to other people. We see an elderly person walking slowly, leaning on a cane, pausing before each step, and a part of us may feel pity, or discomfort, or even impatience. We may think that is them, not me. We may look away because their frailty reminds us of something we do not want to know, but The Buddha asks us not to look away. He asks us to see clearly, gently, honestly. This too is my path. If I live long enough, the body I now decorate, defend, satisfy, and obey will also become fragile. The hair will lose its color, the skin will loosen, the teeth may weaken, the hearing may fade, the eyes may dim, the legs that once ran without effort may tremble when standing. The hands that once grasped tightly may one day need help holding a cup of water. And when we understand this, something in our pride begins to soften. So much of human arrogance depends on forgetting aging. We become proud of beauty because we forget that beauty is changing even while we admire it. We become proud of strength because we forget that strength is borrowed from conditions: food, sleep, breath, bone, weather, time. We become proud of our youth because we forget that youth is not a possession, it is a season. And like every season, it passes. When a person remembers aging deeply, vanity loses some of its power. Not because the body becomes ugly or unworthy, but because we stop worshipping it as if it were the whole truth of who we are. We may still care for the body. We may still dress it, wash it, feed it, rest it, and treat it with respect. But we no longer bow down to it as a god. We no longer build our entire worth on a face that time will alter, or on a strength that illness can shake, or on admiration that fades the moment the world finds something newer. And dominance, too, becomes less attractive. When we are intoxicated with youth, we may enjoy winning too much. We may enjoy being louder, faster, more desirable, more clever, more powerful. We may speak over others. We may dismiss the elderly as outdated. We may treat our parents as burdensome because they move more slowly than our ambitions. We may look at people who are weak and secretly feel superior. But if we remember that our own body is also walking toward weakness, how can we be cruel? If we know that our own steps may one day slow down, how can we mock those who cannot keep up? If we know that our own memory may one day falter, how can we be impatient with those who repeat themselves? The contemplation of aging is a medicine for pride because it brings us back into kinship with all beings. It tells us, do not stand above others too quickly. You are made of the same changing elements. You too are carried by time. You too will need kindness. And this is where the Buddha's teaching becomes even more urgent. Aging is not only a physical truth, it is also connected to karma. The choices we make in youth do not vanish simply because the body grows old. A harsh mind does not automatically become gentle when the hair turns white. A dishonest habit does not disappear just because the hands begin to shake. A life of indulgence does not become pure merely because desire becomes weaker. If we spend our strong years planting seeds of cruelty, selfishness, laziness, intoxication, and deceit, those seeds do not politely excuse themselves. When we become elderly, they follow us, they ripen, they become our character, they become the atmosphere of our old age. This is why remembering aging while we are still young, or while we still have strength, is so important. Because habits harden with repetition. A person who lies often becomes skilled at lying, and later may no longer recognize truth easily. A person who speaks with anger again and again may one day find that anger speaks before the heart has time to choose. A person who keeps postponing goodness may arrive at old age with many regrets, and very little strength left to repair them. Think of the son who speaks harshly to his mother, because he is busy, because he is stressed, because he thinks her questions are annoying. He says words that cut. He hangs up the phone quickly. He tells himself, later I will be kinder, later I will visit more, later I will apologize properly. But time does not always wait for our better version to appear. One day her voice may no longer be on the other end of the line. One day the chair where she sat may be empty. And then the words spoken in youth do not disappear. They echo in the mind. They become a weight. They become karma, experienced inwardly as remorse. Think of the daughter who is embarrassed by her aging father. He walks too slowly, speaks too plainly, does not understand the modern world. She rolls her eyes. She answers with coldness. She forgets that once he carried her when she could not walk at all. She forgets that the hands now wrinkled once worked hard to place food before her. In youth, she feels superior because her world is faster. But aging, when contemplated clearly, would ask her, "What are you proud of? The speed you have today will not stay. The understanding you possess today will one day be surpassed by others. Offer tenderness while you can, because tenderness delayed is often tenderness lost." Think of friends used selfishly during the years, when life feels full of options. We take their loyalty for granted. We borrow their time, their attention, their care, but when they need us, we are absent. We assume friendship can be repaired whenever we choose, but relationships, like bodies, are impermanent. Trust can age, warmth can fade. People can grow tired of being hurt, and one day, when we are older and genuinely need a hand to hold, we may find that the hands we pushed away are no longer reaching back. Think of the young person who wastes health in intoxication, not only through drink or drugs, but through anger, craving, sleeplessness, obsession, endless consumption. The body is generous for a while. It forgives much. It carries our excesses silently. But karma does not mean punishment from outside. Often it means consequences unfolding from causes. If we burn the body again and again, if we fill the mind with agitation, if we feed greed until peace becomes unfamiliar, then later we inherit what we have trained. The nervous system remembers, the heart remembers, the body remembers. And old age may become not only weak, but restless, regretful, and afraid. The Buddha's reminder is therefore not gloomy, it is protective. He is saying, do not wait until the body is bent to begin straightening the mind. Do not wait until the voice trembles to stop speaking harm. Do not wait until your parents are gone to become grateful. Do not wait until your friendships have cooled to become loyal. Do not wait until your health is broken to honor the life you have been given. To contemplate aging is to ask very quietly, if I am going to grow old, what kind of old person am I becoming right now? This question is powerful, because old age is not built only at the end of life. It is built in the middle of ordinary days. It is built in the way we answer when someone irritates us. It is built in what we do when no one is watching. It is built in whether we choose honesty when lying would be easier. It is built in whether we train generosity while we still have something to give. It is built in whether we learn to calm anger before anger becomes our home. Some people arrive at old age with a face that is wrinkled but peaceful. Their body may be frail, yet their presence feels light. Why? Because they have spent years practicing kindness. Their speech has become gentle through use. Their eyes have learned compassion. Their hands, even if weak, have the memory of giving. Their mind, even if tired, has the habit of letting go. This is also karma. Not dramatic, not mysterious, but intimate and exact. What we repeat, we become. Others arrive at old age with bitterness surrounding them like a wall. They may have succeeded outwardly. They may have won arguments, gathered possessions, controlled people, defended their pride. But if they did not soften, if they did not purify their speech, if they did not learn gratitude, then old age may expose what youth was able to hide. When beauty fades, when power fades, what remains? When busy pleasures fade, what remains? The mind remains. The heart remains, karma remains. That is why the Buddha asks us to remember aging not as a curse, but as a mirror. It shows us what is worth cultivating before time takes away our distractions. If we truly remember that we will grow old, we may become more careful with our words. We may think before insulting someone, because we know the day may come when we long for forgiveness. We may become less obsessed with impressing others, because we know admiration is light as foam. We may stop sacrificing our peace for every passing desire, because we see that desire has no end. We may treat the elderly with reverence, not because age automatically means wisdom, but because age reveals the road we too are walking. And strangely, this contemplation does not steal joy from youth. It purifies joy. It removes the poison of recklessness from it. A young person who remembers aging can still laugh, love, create, travel, learn, and dream. But their joy becomes less destructive. They do not need to prove themselves through cruelty. They do not need to spend their body as if it were trash. They do not need to chase pleasure in ways that leave sorrow behind. Their youth gains direction. Their energy becomes service. Their beauty becomes humility. Their strength becomes protection for the weak, not a weapon against them. This is the compassionate side of the first contemplation. The Buddha is not asking the young to become old before their time. He is asking them to become wise before regret forces wisdom upon them. He is asking them to enjoy life without being drunk on it, to care for the body without clinging to it, to use strength without arrogance, to love beauty without being deceived by it, to understand that every season of life has dignity when it is lived with awareness. There is dignity in youth when youth bows to truth. There is dignity in strength when strength protects rather than harms. There is dignity in beauty when beauty does not humiliate others. There is dignity in ambition when ambition is guided by conscience. And there is dignity in aging when the heart has been prepared by years of wholesome action. So each day, even for a moment, we can practice this remembrance. Not in a heavy way, not with fear, but with honesty. We can look at our hands and say, these hands will change. May they do good while they are strong. We can look at our parents or elders and say, this path is also mine. May I offer patience. We can feel the energy in our temporary. May I not waste it in hatred or heedlessness. We can notice pride rising and gently remind it, you are standing on melting ice. And when that remembrance enters the heart, something beautiful begins. We become less careless with time, less cruel with speech, less greedy with pleasure, less proud of what was never truly ours to keep. We begin to live in a way that our future self may bless rather than mourn. We begin to plant karma that can accompany us kindly into old age, and beyond old age, into whatever comes next for the Buddha. Remembering aging is not an abstract meditation. It is a daily protection. It protects youth from becoming reckless. It protects strength from becoming violent. It protects beauty from becoming vanity. It protects opportunity from becoming waste. It reminds us that life is moving, that the body is changing, and that the only treasures we can truly carry forward are the qualities we cultivate in thought, word, and deed. And when the pride of youth begins to soften, the Buddha asks us to look at another truth we often avoid, the fragility of health. When the Buddha asks us to remember illness, he is not asking us to live in fear of every cough, every ache, every shadow under the skin. He is asking us to wake up from a very subtle intoxication, the intoxication of health. When the body is strong, when the breath moves easily, when the legs carry us without complaint and the hands obey our wishes, we begin to assume that this condition is permanent. We treat the body as if it were a servant that will never resign, a loyal worker that will never collapse, a silent companion that will keep forgiving every excess, every neglect, every careless night, every unkind deed performed through it. And because the body serves us so quietly, we often forget its fragility. A healthy person can be strangely blind, not because the eyes do not see, but because comfort has covered the heart. We wake up, stand, walk, eat, speak, work, laugh, complain, and plan, all under the protection of a body that is functioning well enough for us not to notice it. We may even use this health to chase after things that disturb the mind. We may use our strength to dominate others, our energy to pursue harmful pleasures, our voice to wound, our hands to take more than we need. We may postpone goodness, telling ourselves, later, when I have more time, later, when I am older, later, when life becomes simpler, later when I have enjoyed enough. But illness has a way of exposing the arrogance hidden inside the word later. One fever can make the whole world smaller. One pain in the chest, one weakness in the limbs, one diagnosis spoken in a quiet room can change the meaning of everything. Suddenly, the things we were proud of lose their shine. The appointments that seemed so urgent become distant. The arguments that burned in the mind begin to feel foolish. The body that we commanded like a possession becomes a mystery we can no longer control. We lie down, and we discover that strength was never truly ours. It was a condition, it was a gift. It was something assembled from breath, food, blood, bone, time, and countless causes beyond our command. This is why the Buddha taught contemplation of illness, not as a punishment, not as a dark thought, not as a way to make life bitter, but as a medicine against intoxication. He knew that when human beings feel strong, we easily become careless. We forget that strength can disappear. We forget that health can be interrupted. We forget that even the body we decorate, feed, train, and protect is still subject to imbalance. It can be touched by heat, cold, infection, age, accident, and the ripening of old karma. It can change overnight. It can humble the proud before sunrise. To remember illness is to remember our shared vulnerability. No one is too rich to feel pain. No one is too beautiful to be weakened by disease. No one is too famous to tremble in a hospital bed. No one is too powerful to need another person's hand. When sickness enters the body, many of the identities we polish so carefully begin to fall away. A king with a fever is simply a suffering being. A celebrity waiting for test results is simply a heart afraid of uncertainty. A wealthy person who cannot breathe easily is not saved by silk sheets or golden rooms. A person admired for beauty becomes, in pain, just another fragile life wishing for relief. Illness strips us down to the truth beneath our costumes. And when we see this clearly, compassion becomes easier. We stop looking at others as rivals, strangers, obstacles, or categories. We begin to see that every person carries a body that can break. Every person lives with hidden fears. Every person, even the difficult one, even the proud one, even the one who seems untouched by sorrow, is moving through life inside a fragile form. Their bones can ache, their heart can fail, their mind can become tired, their loved ones can fall ill, their confidence can be shattered by a single medical word. When we understand this, harshness loses some of its power. Judgment softens. The heart becomes more careful. The Buddha did not teach us to despise the body. He taught us not to be enslaved by ignorance about it. The body is a precious vehicle, but not a permanent shelter. It allows us to work, to protect, to sit in meditation, to speak words of kindness, to wipe tears, to prepare food, to lift someone who has fallen. In this very body we can create merit. In this very body we can restrain harm. In this very body we can turn away from cruelty and choose gentleness. Therefore, health is not something to waste. It is not merely a platform for pleasure, vanity, competition, or arrogance. Health is a field of responsibility. When we are healthy, we have opportunities that the sick may long for. We can walk to visit someone lonely. We can earn honestly and share with those in need. We can serve our parents, care for our children, support our friends, and contribute to the suffering world. We can sit upright and train the mind. We can listen deeply without being distracted by pain. We can speak clearly enough to apologize, to forgive, to encourage, to teach, to comfort. We can choose not to strike, not to shout, not to exploit, not to destroy. We can use the energy of the body as a tool for wholesome karma. And this is where contemplation becomes practical. It is not enough to say, yes, one day I may become ill. We must ask, if illness may come, how should I live while I am still able? If tomorrow my body weakens, what will I wish I had done today? If one day I cannot walk freely, where should these feet carry me now? If one day my hands tremble, what kindness should these hands perform while they are steady? If one day my voice becomes faint, what words should I speak while it is still strong? If one day my mind becomes clouded, What wisdom should I cultivate while clarity remains? This contemplation is not sadness. It is urgency with tenderness. Many people wait until the body breaks before they become sincere. They wait until a hospital ceiling becomes their sky. They wait until machines measure what they once ignored. They wait until a doctor's expression tells them that time is no longer something to spend carelessly. Then, in that narrow space, they begin to pray, to regret, to remember people they should have loved better, words they should not have spoken, deeds they should have done when they had the chance. They begin to see that many things once called important were only noise. But the Buddha invites us not to wait for the bed of illness to become our teacher. He asks us to learn while we can still rise. He asks us to practice before fear forces us to practice. He asks us to become gentle while gentleness is still a choice, not merely a helpless wish. To contemplate illness every day is to bring wisdom into health, so that health does not become an excuse for heedlessness. Think of how easily we misuse a healthy body. We stay awake not to care for the suffering, but to feed craving. We move quickly not to help, but to compete. We eat without gratitude. We speak without restraint. We use our senses as doors for endless desire. We exhaust ourselves chasing praise, money, status, and pleasure, then wonder why the heart feels empty sometimes. When the body is strong, the mind becomes more reckless, because there is no immediate consequence strong enough to stop us. We think we can recover from anything. We think we can repair any damage later. We think the body will keep absorbing our ignorance. But karma does not disappear because the body is young. Karma does not wait until we are old to begin recording. Every action of body, speech, and mind leaves a trace. Even a small act of cruelty, even a moment of intention, even a careless harm done to a tiny creature, becomes part of the stream we carry. If in health we become violent, greedy, or arrogant, then our strength has become a weapon against ourselves. If in health we become generous, restrained, grateful, and compassionate, then our strength becomes a lamp lighting the path ahead. This is why the Buddha's teaching on illness is inseparable from the teaching on karma. A healthy body gives us power, and power always asks for wisdom. With this body, we can protect life or destroy it. We can offer comfort or create fear. We can speak truth or spread poison. We can cultivate calm or feed hatred. We can bend towards service or towards selfishness. Every day of health is not just a day to enjoy. It is a day to plant causes. It is a day to decide what kind of shadow will follow us. If we truly remember that illness can come, gratitude naturally arises. The simple breath becomes precious. To inhale without pain is not small. To stand without dizziness is not small. To eat and digest, to see the morning light, to hear the voice of someone we love. To move through the day without being consumed by fever or agony. These are quiet miracles we often overlook. When gratitude enters the heart, craving loses some of its hunger. We no longer need to turn every moment into possession. We can simply receive life with humility. And from humility comes gentleness. A person who remembers illness speaks differently. They know that the one they insult today may be sitting beside a sickbed tonight. They know that the person who appears irritating may be carrying pain no one can see. They know that every human body is already under pressure from impermanence. So why add more suffering with cruel speech? Why throw fire into a house that is already burning? Gentle speech is not weakness. It is wisdom recognizing fragility. It is compassion taking form through the tongue. A person who remembers illness also forgives more easily, not because wrongdoing does not matter, but because life is short and bodies are uncertain. To carry hatred inside a fragile body is like carrying poison in a thin clay cup. At any moment the cup may crack. And what have we protected? Pride, anger, the memory of being right. When we contemplate illness, we begin to see that reconciliation is not something to postpone forever. If there is a bridge that can be repaired without harming truth, repair it. If there is an apology that should be offered, offer it. If there is love that should be expressed, express it before the voice is taken by weakness. This does not mean we become passive. It means we become awake. We still set boundaries. We still avoid harmful people when necessary. We still act with discernment. But we no longer waste our health feeding bitterness. We no longer sacrifice the present moment to the endless fire of resentment. We understand that the body is temporary, energy is limited, and the mind should be protected from unwholesome states. The contemplation of illness also teaches us to care for others with greater respect. When we visit the sick, we are not visiting a different kind of being. We are visiting our own future possibility. Their weakness is not separate from us. Their trembling hands, tired eyes, and uncertain breath are reminders of what belongs to all embodied life. If we serve them with tenderness, we are not lowering ourselves. We are honoring the truth. We are practicing compassion in the place where pride cannot stand for long. And if we ourselves become ill, this contemplation can help us suffer with less confusion. Pain may still be pain. Fear may still arise. The body may still cry out. But the mind that has practiced is not completely shocked. It remembers, this too belongs to life. I was not singled out by the universe. I am walking a path all beings must face in some form. Such remembering does not remove the illness, but it can remove the added wound of resentment. It can make room for patience, for surrender, for kindness toward oneself and others even in weakness. Still, the deepest lesson is for today, while we are listening, breathing, aware. If your body has enough strength to continue, do not use that strength blindly. Let today's breath become an offering. Let today's steps move toward goodness. Let today's hands do at least one thing that reduces suffering. Let today's speech avoid one unnecessary wound. Let today's mind release one old hatred, one selfish intention, one cruel fantasy. Let health become a field where wholesome karma is planted carefully. Because one day, perhaps sooner than we expect, we may long for the ordinary strength we now ignore. We may wish for one more clear morning, one more steady walk, one more chance to speak kindly, one more chance to give without being asked, one more chance to bow in gratitude. So let us not wait. Let us not treat health as a guarantee. Let us receive it as a responsibility, a temporary blessing, a sacred opportunity to shape body, speech, and mind toward the good. The Buddha's reminder is simple, but it cuts deeply. I am subject to illness. I have not gone beyond illness. Remembering this, we become less arrogant in strength, less careless with pleasure, less delayed in virtue. We begin to live as people who understand that the body can change, but karma continues. We learn to use the healthy days not as an excuse to indulge, but as a chance to purify our actions, soften our words, and brighten our thoughts. And when health is seen in this way, it becomes more than comfort. It becomes a path. It becomes a field of merit beneath our very feet. It becomes the place where gratitude turns into service, where strength turns into protection, where clarity turns into wisdom, and where the fragile body, though impermanent, becomes a vessel for compassion. Yet even illness is not the final teacher. Beyond it stands the truth that every life must one day face directly, and that truth is death, not as a shadow meant to terrify us, not as a cruel enemy hiding somewhere in the distance, but as the most honest messenger in this life, the one who does not flatter us, does not wait for us to feel ready, does not ask whether our dreams have been completed or our houses have been fully arranged. Death simply reminds us that our time here is uncertain. We know that it will come, but we do not know when. We know that every body must fall, but we do not know under what sky, in what room, after what word, after what thought, after what action. The Buddha asked us to remember, I am subject to death. I have not gone beyond death. This is not a sentence to make the heart cold. If we truly listen, it makes the heart tender. Because when we remember death rightly, we do not become darker, we become more awake. We begin to see how fragile a single breath is, and because it is fragile, it becomes precious. We begin to understand that today is not something ordinary. This morning, this face, this voice, this chance to correct ourselves, this chance to love someone a little better, this chance to stop an unwholesome action before it grows into suffering, all of it is not guaranteed. It is given for now. To prepare to depart at any moment does not mean we live in panic. It does not mean we tremble every time the wind blows, or count every heartbeat with fear. The path of the Buddha is not a path of terror. It is a path of clarity. To be ready at any moment means we live with the accounts of the heart gradually settled. We do not leave too many fires burning behind us. We do not keep feeding hatred as if we will have endless years to heal it later. We do not postpone goodness until the body becomes weak, the mind becomes confused, or the opportunity disappears. A person who remembers death does not have to abandon life. In fact, they may live more completely than anyone else. They drink tea with awareness. They listen to another person with patience. They work honestly because they know that wealth earned through cruelty cannot protect the mind when the breath becomes thin. They speak more gently because they know a harsh word may be the last word someone hears from them. They give more freely because they know nothing placed in a locked room can be carried through the final doorway. At the time of death, what can we hold? Can we hold a title? Can we hold a bank account? Can we hold the praise of the crowd, the beauty of the body, the reputation we protected so fiercely? Can we hold the house we fought to build, the position we competed for, the victory that once made us proud? When the body reaches its final hour, the hands open. Even if others place flowers around us, we cannot take their fragrance. Even if they call us by a noble name, we cannot take the sound. Even if they weep and beg us to stay, we cannot remain because of their tears. But karma does not stay behind. Intentional actions leave their imprint. The words we spoke with kindness, the words we spoke with cruelty, the help we gave quietly, the harm we caused carelessly, the thoughts we entertained again and again until they became habits, the generosity we practiced, the envy we watered, the compassion we protected, the anger we justified. These are not decorations outside of us. These are movements of the heart, and they shape the direction of the heart. When the body falls away, karma is not a suitcase we pack. It is the current that has been carrying us all along. This is why the remembrance of death is inseparable from the contemplation of karma. If death were the end of all responsibility, then perhaps the careless person could laugh and say, "Let me do whatever I want." But the Buddha did not teach carelessness. He taught that actions have consequences, that the mind is not free from what it chooses, that even small intentions can become seeds. Some seeds ripen quickly, some wait, some appear in ways we cannot predict, but nothing wholesome is wasted, and nothing unwholesome is truly erased by pretending it was small. When we remember death, grudges begin to look foolish, truly foolish. Imagine carrying a burning coal in the hand, walking toward the last breath, still saying, "I will not forgive, I will not soften, I will not let go." What are we protecting? A story? A wound? A pride that cannot follow us beyond the grave? This does not mean we must return to harmful people or pretend that harm was not harm. Wisdom knows boundaries. Compassion does not require blindness. But the heart that remembers death understands that hatred is too heavy to carry. Resentment is a debt we keep paying with our own peace. And greed, too, becomes exhausting. How much can one person gather before the gathering gathers them? How many things must be owned before the owner becomes owned by fear? We fear losing what we have. We fear not getting what we want. We compare, compete, defend and desire as if the world can finally give us a permanent place to rest. But death stands quietly at the edge of every marketplace and every palace it asks, without anger. And then, you gained this. And then you defeated that person, and then you were admired. And then you held it for a while. And then, if we listen deeply, this question does not destroy ambition. It purifies it. We may still work, build, create, provide, and care. But we do so with a different heart. We no longer sacrifice our conscience for temporary gain. We no longer crush others to climb a ladder that cannot rise beyond mortality. We no longer exchange inner peace for outer applause. Remembering death helps us ask not only, what can I get, but what will remain in my mind because of how I got it. The desire to harm others also loses its charm when death is near. Anger may feel powerful in the moment. Revenge may appear sweet to a wounded mind. But when seen under the light of impermanence, the sweetness becomes poison. We are all fragile. The person we hate is also aging, also subject to sickness, also walking toward death. This does not excuse their actions. It simply reveals the shared condition of beings. Everyone is uncertain. Everyone is afraid of pain. Everyone clings to something that will one day change. When this is seen clearly, cruelty begins to feel less like strength and more like ignorance. To remember death is to become serious about the three doors of karma: body, speech, and mind. Through the body, we can protect life or injure it. We can serve, offer, embrace, build, and care. Or we can strike, steal, exploit, and destroy. Through speech, we can heal or cut. We can speak truth at the right time with a heart that wishes benefit, or we can lie, divide, flatter, insult, and scatter confusion. Through the mind, we can cultivate goodwill, compassion, gratitude, and understanding, or we can rehearse hatred, jealousy, greed, and delusion until they become the atmosphere we breathe. Death asks us, which of these will you carry? Not in your hands, but in your becoming. If tonight were your final night, what word would you wish you had not spoken? What sentence would you take back before it hardens into memory? Is there someone whose name still brings bitterness into your chest? Is there an apology waiting inside you, postponed not because it is impossible, but because pride keeps asking for one more day? Is there a kindness you have delayed, thinking later, when I have more time, when life is calmer, when I am less tired? What if later does not come in the shape you expect? If tonight were your final night, who would you call? Not to perform holiness, not to dramatize your departure, but to make the heart honest. Who deserves a softer word from you? Who has loved you silently while you were too busy to notice? Who have you taken for granted because their presence felt permanent? The mother whose hands became rough for your sake. The father whose quiet worry never found beautiful language. The friend who stood near you in your difficult season. The child waiting for your attention. The partner who does not need grand promises, only your true presence. The stranger whose suffering you could lighten with one simple act. If tonight were the final night, what would matter? Not everything we chase would disappear in value, but many things would return to their proper size. The argument would shrink. The insult would lose its sharpness. The desire to be right would no longer feel so noble. The small kindness would become luminous. The moment of restraint, when we could have wounded someone but chose silence, would become a treasure. The offering made without being seen would become more meaningful than praise. A mind free from remorse would be more precious than gold. This is why the wise do not wait until the deathbed to practice. At the deathbed it may be difficult. The body may be in pain, breathing may be labored, fear may rise like waves. Memories may come uninvited. If we have spent a lifetime training the mind in anger, how easy will it be to summon peace in that hour? If we have spent years practicing greed, how easy will it be to release? If we have repeated harsh speech until it became our nature, how quickly can we become gentle when strength is gone? But if, day by day, we have practiced letting go, then death is not the first time we release. It is only the final release in a long training. If we have practiced generosity, the hand already knows how to open. If we have practiced forgiveness, the heart already knows how to soften. If we have practiced mindfulness, the mind has at least learned to return from its storms. If we have practiced compassion, we do not meet our last breath as strangers to goodness. To be ready at any moment means we do not leave our spiritual life until the last moment. We do not say, I will be kind when I am old. I will meditate when I retire. I will forgive when the other person changes. I will stop harming when the world becomes easier. I will live wisely after I finish enjoying my foolishness. This is the bargaining of delusion. Time does not sign such contracts. Life does not promise that the road will be long enough for all our delays. The Buddha's reminder is therefore compassionate. He points to death so that we can stop wasting life. He asks us to look at the ending so that we may purify the beginning of each action. Before speaking, remember death, and speech becomes more careful. Before harming, remember death, and the hand may stop. Before feeding a cruel thought, and the mind may ask, is this what I want to carry forward? Before sleeping, remember death and gratitude may arise. I have lived one more day. May I not waste the next, if the next is given. There is a quiet dignity in living this way. It does not make us gloomy, it makes us sincere. We laugh, but we do not laugh. We enjoy, but we do not drown in indulgence we love. But we do not imagine that clinging can prevent change. We plan, but we know plans are written on water. We care for the body, but we do not worship it as permanent. We respect the world, but we do not mistake it for a refuge that cannot break. And when fear of death arises, we do not have to hate that fear, we can hold it gently. Fear is natural for an untrained mind facing the unknown. But the Buddha gives us a way to transform fear into responsibility. Instead of asking only, when will I die, we ask, how shall I live before I die? Instead of asking, what will happen to me, we ask, what am I creating now? Instead of being frozen by the thought of the final breath, we become awakened by this breath. This breath is still here. With this breath, a harsh word can be left unspoken. With this breath, a sincere apology can begin. With this breath, a harmful habit can be weakened. With this breath, a generous act can be offered. With this breath, the mind can turn away from resentment and toward compassion. We may not control how many breaths remain, but we can care for the quality of the breath we are living now. Death teaches us that there is no true ownership, only temporary stewardship. This body is entrusted to us for a while. These relationships are entrusted to us for a while. This wealth, this influence, this intelligence, this strength, this beauty, this voice, this day, all are entrusted to us for a while. The question is not whether we can keep them forever. We cannot. The question is how we use them while they are in our care. If we use them to harm, karma follows. If we use them to serve, karma follows. If we use them to deceive, karma follows. If we use them to awaken, karma follows. Like a shadow that does not need to be invited, karma accompanies the one who acts. And so the remembrance of death does not stand alone. It naturally guides us back to the purification of body, speech, and mind. Let us then remember death, not with despair, but with humility. Let us remember that no day is too ordinary to be our teacher. Let us remember that the person before us may not be there forever, and neither will we. Let us remember that the last breath does not ask whether we won every argument, but whether the mind has been shaped by wisdom or by confusion. Let us remember that the most important preparation is not a perfect external arrangement, but a heart, less burdened by remorse, less tangled in hatred, less intoxicated with greed, and more familiar with kindness. When we live like this, death is no longer merely an ending waiting somewhere ahead. It becomes a mirror held up to each moment. It asks us to return to what is real. It asks us to stop postponing the good. It asks us to make peace where peace is possible, to withdraw cruelty before it becomes destiny, to plant wholesome seeds before the season changes. And as death teaches us the uncertainty of our own life, separation teaches us the uncertainty of everything and everyone we love. And among all the truths we try to avoid, Separation may be the one that touches us most often. We do not need to wait until the end of life to meet it. Separation comes quietly, in ordinary clothes. It comes when a child grows up and no longer reaches for our hand. It comes when parents become old, and the strong voices that once guided us begin to tremble. It comes when friends who once knew every corner of our hearts slowly become strangers, not because anyone is cruel, but because life carries each person down a different road. It comes when two people who once promised forever sit across from each other and realize that the words are still there, but the same warmth is not. Separation comes when we leave a home, and years later, pass by that street only to find that the door has been repainted, the tree has been cut down, and the rooms that once held our laughter now belong to someone else. It comes when we open a box and find an old shirt, an old letter, a photograph faded at the edges, and suddenly a whole season of life rises before us with a tenderness almost too sharp to bear. It comes when we look in the mirror and realize that even the person we used to be has gone away. The Buddha asked us to contemplate this. All that is dear to me and everyone I love are subject to change and separation. At first, this teaching may sound cold, almost unbearable. A heart that loves does not want to hear such words. We want to believe that if we hold tightly enough, if we care deeply enough, if we are careful enough, then somehow what we love will remain. We want our parents to stay as they were. We want our children to always be safe. We want our beloved to never change. We want our friendships to remain untouched by distance, misunderstanding, illness, pride, and time. We want the beautiful days to keep their shape. But the Buddha was not asking us to love less. He was not teaching us to become dry, distant, or indifferent. He was not saying, do not care because everything will pass. He was saying something much more compassionate and much more difficult. Care deeply, but do not be asleep. Love fully, but do not pretend that possession can defeat impermanence. Hold what is precious with both tenderness and wisdom. Let your love become a blessing, not a chain. There is a kind of love that says, you are mine, therefore you must never change. And there is another kind of love that says, you are dear to me, and because you are subject to change, I will not waste the time we have in carelessness. The first love is filled with fear. The second love is filled with reverence. When we forget separation, we begin to treat the people around us as if they will always be available. We postpone apologies. We delay gratitude. We speak harshly because we believe there will be another evening, another meal, another drive home, another chance to soften our voice. We leave kind words unsaid, thinking they can be offered later. We assume that the person who loves us will remain patient forever. We assume the parent will always answer the phone. We assume the friend will always forgive the silence. We assume the body will always be strong enough to meet again. Then one day, later does not arrive. A phone call comes in the middle of the night. A diagnosis changes the shape of the future. A simple goodbye becomes the last one, though no one knew it at the time. A person leaves the house with ordinary footsteps, and the world divides into before and after. Then the mind returns again and again to the smallest moments, the last conversation, the last meal, the last message, the last time we saw their face and did not look carefully enough. It is not always the great mistakes that haunt us. Sometimes it is the small absence of love, the impatience in our tone, the unfinished sentence, the little kindness we refused because we were busy, the hand we did not hold because we were proud, the call we did not make because we thought we had time. And sometimes what remains after someone is gone is not a grand memory, but one simple act. A cup of tea placed beside us without being asked, a hand resting on our shoulder during a hard day, a ride given in the rain, a sentence spoken softly when we were ashamed, a smile from someone who is no longer here. These small things become luminous after separation. They reveal that nothing given with kindness is ever truly wasted. This is where the contemplation of separation meets the teaching on karma. Because we cannot keep beings forever, the way we treat them while they are present becomes deeply important. We do not own anyone, not our parents, not our children, not our partner, not our friends, not even our own body. We meet for a time, traveling together under conditions that have gathered from countless causes. Then those conditions shift, a person moves away, a mood changes, a life ends, a bond transforms. The form of closeness that once existed cannot be commanded to remain, but our actions toward one another do not vanish. Our words leave traces. Our intentions shape the heart. The patience we practice becomes part of us. The cruelty we indulge becomes part of us. The forgiveness we offer, the anger we feed, the generosity we extend, the neglect we excuse, these are not small things. They are seeds. They become the inner weather we carry forward. If someone we love must one day be separated from us, then let us not fill the time with needless wounds. If every meeting is uncertain, let us meet with more presence. If every goodbye may be final, let us not allow pride to make the heart poor. If every person we encounter is also moving toward aging, illness, death, and separation, then how could we justify adding more pain to a world already so fragile? To remember separation is not to become sad all the time. It is to become awake to the sacredness of ordinary contact, the bowl of rice shared at the table, the familiar footsteps in the hallway, the voice calling our name from another room, the friend who sends a message just to ask if we are well, the child who tells a story slowly while we are tempted to check the phone, the elderly parent repeating the same memory again and again. While we think we have heard it enough, separation teaches us, listen again, look again, be here this time. So many of our regrets are born from believing that the ordinary is not precious. We wait for special occasions to be gentle. We wait for dramatic moments to express love. But life is made mostly of small, repeated scenes: washing dishes, sitting in traffic, buying medicine, sharing fruit, folding clothes, walking beside someone without saying much. If mindfulness enters these places, love becomes real, not love as a beautiful idea, but love as conduct, love as patience, love as restraint, love as attention. The Buddha's teaching does not deny the pain of losing what is dear. Even a wise heart can feel sorrow. Even one who understands impermanence may weep when a beloved face disappears from daily life. Wisdom does not turn the heart into stone. It makes the heart spacious enough to feel grief without being destroyed by it. It allows sorrow to move through without becoming hatred toward life itself. When we do not contemplate separation, loss feels like betrayal. We ask, why did this happen to me? We feel that life has broken a promise. But life did not promise that what we love would remain unchanged. It promised only this: whatever arises depends on conditions, and when those conditions change, what has arisen must also change. This is not cruelty. This is the nature of things. The flower blooms because conditions gather: sunlight, soil, water, time. Then the same law that allows blooming also allows fading. If we demand the flower never wilt, we are demanding that life stop being life. But if we understand its nature, we can love the flower more completely. We do not need to own its tomorrow in order to appreciate its fragrance today. In the same way, we can love people without demanding that they belong to us forever. We can cherish their presence without turning them into a possession. We can be grateful for the season in which our paths are joined, while understanding that each being walks according to causes, conditions, and karma. This does not weaken love, it purifies it. Attachment often says, "Stay, so I do not suffer." Love says, "May you be well, even as things change." Attachment says, "Be what I need you to be." Love says, "I will try to see you clearly." Attachment clings to form. Love cares for the living truth before it. When we contemplate separation, we become less willing to waste relationships on victory. We begin to see how many arguments are only ego begging to be fed. We begin to ask, If this were our last conversation, would I still need to speak this way? Not every conflict can be avoided. Not every relationship can continue. Sometimes love itself requires distance. Sometimes wisdom asks us to step away from harm. But even then, the heart can avoid hatred. Even then, we can choose not to poison ourselves with the wish to injure. There are separations that come through death, and there are separations that come through life. A friendship ends. A marriage dissolves. A child chooses a path we do not understand. A teacher disappoints us, a community changes. A dream collapses. We lose not only people but also roles, identities, and futures we imagined. We may grieve the person we thought we would become. We may grieve the life we worked so hard to build. We may grieve a version of ourselves that once felt certain, admired, beautiful, strong, or needed. This too is separation. The self we cling to is also changing. The young body is gone. The old confidence is gone. Certain ambitions that once burned brightly have turned to ash. Certain talents have faded. Certain desires no longer fit. If we do not understand separation, we suffer each change as humiliation. But if we look with wisdom, we may see that life is not only taking things away, it is teaching us not to build our peace on what cannot stay. The contemplation of separation prepares the heart. It does not prevent grief, but it reduces shock. It softens the bitterness that says, "This should never have happened." It gives the mind a place to stand when the waves come. We have already whispered to ourselves, gently, honestly, "All that is dear to me is subject to change. Everyone I love is subject to separation. I too am subject to separation." Then when change comes, the heart may still tremble, but it is not completely lost, the visitor. It says, this too belongs to the law of life. And because of this recognition, gratitude becomes easier. We stop treating people as permanent furniture in the room of our existence. We see them as travelers. We see ourselves as travelers too. For a little while, we share the road. For a little while, we can offer water, shade, laughter, honesty, forgiveness for a little while. We can make the journey less lonely for one another. This little while may be 10 years, or 50 years, or one afternoon. We do not know. But the uncertainty does not make love meaningless. It makes love urgent in the most beautiful way. If you knew that someone dear to you would not always be here, how would you speak to them today? If you knew that your own presence in their life was also temporary, what kind of memory would you want to leave in their heart? Not a perfect memory, because none of us is perfect, but perhaps a memory of someone who tried, someone who returned after anger, someone who learned to say, "I am sorry," someone who did not let love remain only in the mind, but brought it into words, into gestures, into time. We often think karma is something far away, something waiting in another life, mysterious and hidden. But karma is also being written in the kitchen, in the hospital room, in the message we choose to answer or ignore, in the tone we use when we are tired, in the way we treat those who can do nothing for us. Karma is present when we decide whether to forgive, whether to listen, whether to strike back, whether to soften. Since separation is certain, karma becomes even more intimate. We cannot control how long someone stays, but we can influence the quality of what passes between us. We cannot command impermanence to pause, but we can choose not to meet it with negligence. We cannot guarantee that those we love will never suffer, but we can reduce the suffering we cause them. We can become safer beings in a world of uncertainty. This is a noble aspiration. To be someone whose presence does not add unnecessary fear. To be someone who speaks with care because words may echo longer than expected. To be someone who gives kindness while there is still time, not as performance, but as practice. To be someone who understands that every meeting is already touched by parting, and therefore every meeting deserves respect. The contemplation of separation also opens the door to forgiveness. When we remember that life is brief and fragile, we may find less appetite for carrying old fires. we may still need boundaries. We may still need truth. Forgiveness does not mean pretending harm did not happen, but it does mean we are willing, when possible, to stop feeding the wound with fresh hatred every day. How many people have stood beside a hospital bed wishing they had forgiven sooner? How many have held a photograph and realized that the argument no longer matters, but the love still does? How many have finally understood, too late, that pride is a poor companion at the edge of separation? Let us not wait for the edge. Let us practice now, while voices can still be heard, while hands can still be held, while meals can still be shared, while the door can still open. Let us practice gratitude before absence teaches it by force. Let us practice patience before regret becomes our teacher. Let us practice generosity before the chance to give has passed. This does not mean we become sentimental and afraid. It means we become sincere. We still live, work, plan, build, laugh, and care for responsibilities. But underneath it all, there is a quiet understanding. This is not mine forever. This person is not mine forever. This moment is not mine forever. Therefore, let me not be careless. Let me not be cruel. Let me not fall asleep in the arms of what is precious. When the Buddha invited us to remember separation, he was giving us medicine for clinging, but also medicine for indifference. Clinging says, I must not lose this. Indifference says, it does not matter. And says, it matters deeply, and it cannot be kept. That is the middle way of the heart. To love wisely is to stand in this truth without running away. It is to let tenderness grow stronger, because thing pass, not weaker. It is to understand that the people we love are not objects placed in our life for our satisfaction. They are beings with their own karma, their own fears, their own wounds, their own longing for happiness. They too will age, they too will fall ill, they too will die, they too will be separated from what they love. Seeing this, compassion arises naturally. The heart bows inwardly. It becomes less harsh in its judgments. It understands that everyone is carrying the same hidden trembling. Everyone is trying, in one way or another, to hold on to something that is changing. And perhaps this is why the contemplation of separation can make love more beautiful. It removes the arrogance of ownership and leaves the humility of care. It removes the laziness of assumption and leaves the brightness of appreciation. It removes the illusion of permanence and leaves the possibility of true presence. So today, if someone dear is still near, do not let the mind pass over them as if they are guaranteed. Look again, listen again. If a kind word is true, say it. If an apology is needed, offer it. If forgiveness is possible, begin. If love has become hidden under routine, bring it back into the open through one small act. Nothing is too small when seen in the light of impermanence. A gentle answer, a moment of attention, a meal prepared, a burden shared, a blessing spoken, a silence kept instead of a wound made. These are the ways we honor the truth that separation will come. These are the ways we shape karma while we still can. After aging, illness, death, and separation, the fifth contemplation gathers them all into one profound law. We are the owners of our karma. We are the owners of our karma. This sentence may sound simple, but if we allow it to enter the heart, it can change the way we live from the very next breath. The Buddha did not teach it as a threat. He did not place it before us to make us frightened, heavy, or hopeless. He offered it as a mirror, clear and compassionate, so that we may finally see where our life is being shaped, and by whom I am the owner of my karma. I am the heir to my karma. I am born of my karma. I am related to my karma. I am supported by my karma. Whatever karma I create, whether wholesome or unwholesome, that I shall inherit. This is one of the deepest contemplations the Buddha asked us to remember every day, not once in a lifetime, not only at funerals, not only when we are old or sick or afraid, but every day while we are still speaking, choosing, reacting, loving, resenting, giving, taking, and thinking. Because karma is not somewhere far away. Karma is not only waiting at the end of life, like a judge with a book. Karma is being woven right now, quietly, through the body, through speech, and through the mind. To understand this teaching, we must first put aside a common misunderstanding. Karma is not fatalism. It does not mean that everything is already fixed, and whatever happens must be accepted with closed eyes and a powerless heart. It does not mean that suffering people deserve to suffer, or that fortunate people are morally superior. That kind of thinking is too crude, too cold, and too far from compassion. Karma, in the Buddha's teaching, is intention. It is the movement of the heart that leans toward an action. It is the inner seed that becomes a word, a gesture, a choice, a habit, a life. When intention moves through the body, we act. When intention moves through speech, we speak. When intention moves through the mind, we think, imagine, judge, crave, hate, forgive, or understand. These are the three doors through which karma is made. The body can protect or harm. The mouth can heal or wound. The mind can bless or poison. And because we live through these three doors every day, we are creating karma every day. This is not superstition. It is not a simple system where someone above the clouds gives rewards and punishments according to a secret account. It is more intimate than that. It is cause and effect in the moral field of life. Just as a seed has a nature, an action has a nature. A mango seed does not grow into a bitter gourd. A flame does not produce coolness. A word spoken in hatred does not leave the heart untouched. A deed done with compassion does not disappear into nothing. Even if no one sees it, karma sees it, because karma is not an outside witness. Karma is the shape left within the one who acts. When we lie, something in us bends. When we deceive, something in us becomes divided. When we harm, something in us becomes rougher, less sensitive, less awake. And when we tell the truth, even if it costs us something, something in us becomes straight. When we give, something in us opens. When we restrain anger, something in us becomes stronger. When we protect life, something in us becomes gentle and safe. This is why the Buddha said, "We are the heirs to our karma." Other things can be borrowed. Wealth can be inherited. Position can be given by society. Praise can be offered by strangers. Beauty can be admired for a season. Health can support us for a time. But karma is the inheritance we cannot refuse. It follows us not because someone forces it to follow, but because it has been shaped by our own intention. Like a shadow, it stays near. A person may walk quickly and forget the shadow. He may enter a crowd and no longer notice it. He may become important, admired, surrounded by applause. He may change his clothing, his name, his house, his country, his religion, his circle of friends. Yet when the light falls, the shadow is there. It may stretch long in the evening. It may hide under the feet at noon. But it has not left. In the same way, our deeds accompany us. People may praise us without knowing what we have done. People may blame us without understanding our heart. Some may forget our kindness. Some may never discover our cruelty. The world's memory is imperfect. Society's judgment is unstable. Image is not karma, excuse is not karma, but the intention we have created, the action we have performed, the habit we have nourished, that remains in the stream of life. This is why the contemplation is both sobering and liberating. It is sobering because we can no longer live carelessly and say, "It was nothing." We can no longer speak harshly and say, "I was only angry for a moment." We can no longer crush a small life and say, "It was only an insect." We can no longer wound someone's trust and say, "They will get over it." The mind that dismisses small actions becomes capable of larger harm. A drop seems small, but many drops fill a jar. A spark seems small, but it can burn a forest. A thought seems private, but repeated again and again it becomes character. At the same time, this teaching is liberating, because if suffering can be planted, healing can also be planted. If anger can become a habit, patience can become a habit. If cruelty can be learned, compassion can be learned. If the mind has been trained in greed, it can be retrained in generosity. If we have walked in the wrong direction for many years, the moment we see clearly is already the beginning of turning back. The Buddha's teaching on karma does not imprison us in the past. It gives dignity to the present. Yes, there are results from what has already been done. Some seeds have been planted. Some fruits may ripen. Some consequences must be met. But the present moment is not empty. It is alive with possibility. Right here, in this breath, a new intention can arise. Right here, before a word leaves the mouth, wisdom can enter. Right here, before the hand performs an action, compassion can guide it. Right here, before resentment becomes a story, mindfulness can soften it. This is why responsibility should not lead to despair. True responsibility is not self-hatred. It is not sitting in the ashes of regret and saying, "I am bad, I am lost, I cannot change." That is another form of ignorance. The Buddha did not ask us to drown in guilt, he asked us to wake up. If we have harmed, we acknowledge it. If we have spoken wrongly, we learn to speak differently. If we have lived carelessly, we begin to live with care. Remorse, when held wisely, is not a prison, it is a lamp. It shows us where the road became dark, so that we do not continue walking blindly. A person who understands karma does not become stiff and fearful. He becomes careful in a beautiful way. He begins to see that life is delicate. He begins to understand that no action is completely isolated. What we do enters the world. What we say enters another person's memory. What we think repeatedly enters our own becoming. Perhaps this is why the Buddha invited us to contemplate karma after aging, illness, death, and separation. Because once we have seen that the body will age, that health is uncertain, that death can arrive at any time, and that everything dear is subject to change, we naturally ask, then what truly belongs to me? If youth fades, if strength breaks, if possessions scatter, if loved ones and I must part, what remains as my companion? The answer is karma. Not as a cold doctrine, but as a living truth. The goodness we cultivate becomes a refuge. The mindfulness we practice becomes a refuge. The compassion we offer becomes a refuge. The restraint we keep when anger burns becomes a refuge. The truth we speak when lying would be easier becomes a refuge. These things do not vanish, they shape the mind. They prepare the heart. They become the ground beneath our steps when everything else is uncertain. And the opposite is also true. The harm we excuse becomes a burden. The greed we feed becomes hunger. The hatred we justify becomes fire. The cruelty we consider small becomes a mark upon the mind. We may hide it from others, but we cannot hide it from the law of becoming. This is why the ordinary mind needs this contemplation again and again. Because the ordinary mind is skilled at minimizing. It says, just this once. It says, no one will know. It says, it is only a small thing. It says, I was tired. It says, I was provoked. Everyone does it. And with these little phrases, it opens the gate to actions that may one day return in ways we cannot imagine. We do not see far. That is the difficulty. We see the immediate moment, the irritation, the convenience, the desire to win, the impulse to release anger, the wish to avoid discomfort. We do not see the long road of consequence. We do not see how a careless act hardens the heart. We do not see how a harsh word plants fear. We do not see how killing, even casually, trains the mind to treat life as insignificant. The Buddha looked more deeply. He saw that nothing intentional is truly lost. He saw that even a small action, when rooted in greed, hatred, or delusion, carries a direction, and even a small action, when rooted in generosity, kindness, or wisdom, carries a direction. One direction leads toward bondage. The other leads toward freedom. So when we contemplate karma, we are not merely thinking about future lives or distant results. We are looking at the quality of the heart. Right now we are asking, what kind of person am I becoming through this thought? What kind of world am I helping to create through this word? What kind of path am I building through this action? This question is powerful because it returns authority to the place where practice is possible. We may not control the weather, We may not control aging. We may not control how others treat us. We may not control whether we are praised or misunderstood, but we can learn to guard intention. We can learn to pause. We can learn to choose the next word. We can learn to stop the hand before it harms. We can learn to see an unwholesome thought arise without becoming its servant. This is the beginning of freedom. A person who says, "I am the owner of my karma," stops blaming the whole world for the state of his heart. He may still recognize injustice. He may still act to protect himself and others. He may still grieve, struggle, and need help, but he does not surrender his inner life to anger and confusion. He understands that whatever has happened, the next intention matters. This is a tender and courageous way to live. It does not make us perfect overnight. It makes us honest, and honesty is already a great purification. The more we reflect in this way, the more natural restraint becomes. Not the restraint of fear, but the restraint of love. We refrain from harm because we understand that beings tremble before pain, just as we do. We speak carefully because we know the mouth can become a knife or a balm. We observe the mind because we know that every action first takes form in thought. Then the teaching becomes practical. Before we raise our voice, we remember, this is karma. Before we repeat gossip, we remember, this is karma. Before we take what is not given, before we indulge resentment, before we dismiss another being's suffering, we remember, this too has a result. This too shapes me. And in the same way, before we offer kindness, we remember, this is karma. Before we forgive, this is karma. Before we sit quietly and refuse to feed hatred, this is karma. Before we protect a small creature, comfort a grieving friend, speak truth with gentleness, share what we have, or bow inwardly to the mystery of another life, this is karma. Our life is not only measured by dramatic events, it is formed by countless small intentions. The world may not record them, but the heart does. Moment by moment, we are carving the path we will walk. This is why the fifth contemplation is not meant to be recited mechanically. It is meant to be carried like a flame. I am the owner of my karma. Therefore, let me be careful. I am the heir to my karma. Therefore, let me plant what I would be willing to receive. I am born of my karma, therefore, let me not underestimate this moment. I am related to my karma. Therefore, let me choose my true companions wisely. Generosity, compassion, patience, truth and understanding. I am supported by my karma. Therefore, let my actions become a support, not a chain. When this reflection matures, it changes the taste of daily life. A cup placed down gently, a door closed without anger, a meal eaten with gratitude, a living being spared, a difficult sentence softened, a bitter thought recognized and released. All of these become part of the path. Practice is no longer separate from life. Life itself becomes the field of practice. And yet, to go deeper, we must become even more precise. We must not leave karma as a beautiful idea floating above our heads. We must bring it down into the very places where it is created. We must look at the body and what it does. We must look at speech and what it releases into the world. We must look at the mind and what it secretly nourishes. Because every day, through these three entrances, we build suffering or we build peace. Through these three entrances, we move closer to darkness or closer to awakening. Through these three entrances, karma becomes real. To understand this, we must look closely at the three doors through which karma is made every day. The Buddha often spoke of karma not as something distant, not as a punishment waiting somewhere beyond the clouds, but as something intimate, immediate, and alive. Karma is being formed in the way we lift our hand, in the words we choose when our heart is irritated, in the thoughts we secretly allow to stay and grow inside us. It is not only in great deeds that karma is born, it is born in the small repeated movements of an ordinary day. The ancient teachings speak of three doors through which karma enters the world: body, speech, and mind. These are sometimes called the three kinds of action, or the three channels of karma. Through the body we act, Through speech we express and influence. Through the mind we intend, desire, resist, judge, and imagine. And because life never pauses, these three doors are almost always open. Bodily karma is the karma created through our physical actions. It is what we do with our hands, our feet, our strength, our presence. When the body harms, karma is made. When the body protects, karma is made. When the body takes what is not given, karma is made. When the body offers, supports, serves, and restrains itself from cruelty, karma is also made. We sometimes think of the body as merely an instrument, as if the real person is somewhere hidden inside, while the body only carries out commands. But in the teaching of karma, what the body does matters deeply. To strike another being, to kill, to abuse, to exploit, to steal, to violate trust through sexual misconduct, to use one's physical power to dominate or frighten others. These are not empty movements. They leave imprints. They shape the heart that performed them. They shape the world that received them. And they become conditions for future suffering. But bodily karma is not only about avoiding obvious harm. It also includes the goodness we create through the body. A hand that gives food to someone hungry. A hand that helps an elder stand. A hand that gently moves an insect out of danger instead of crushing it. A body that kneels beside the sick. That walks towards someone in need. That works honestly. That refrains when anger wants to strike. All of this is karma too. Good karma is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is very quiet. Sometimes no one claps for it. Sometimes no one even knows it happened. But the law of karma does not depend on applause. There is deep dignity in restraint. In a world that praises impulse, restraint can look weak, but in the Dharma, restraint is strength. When we could harm and we do not. When we could take and we refuse. When we could indulge and we step back. We are not merely doing nothing. We are actively protecting the future. We are protecting another being from pain. And we are protecting ourselves from the consequences of a careless moment. The body becomes a gate of compassion. Then there is verbal karma, the karma of speech. This door is subtle because words leave the mouth so quickly. A sentence may last only 3 seconds, but its echo may last years. Many wounds in this world were not made by knives or fists. They were made by words spoken in anger, pride, jealousy, or carelessness. A cruel sentence can follow a child into adulthood. A betrayal of trust can break a friendship that took decades to build. A lie can distort many lives. A rumor can poison an entire community. The Buddha taught us to look carefully at speech. Is it true or false? Is it gentle or harsh? Does it divide people or bring them together? Is it meaningful or merely scattered noise? These questions are simple, but if we truly applied them every day, our lives would change. False speech creates confusion. It breaks the bridge between one heart and another. When we lie, we do not only deceive someone else, we also train ourselves to live away from truth. Each lie makes the mind more comfortable with distortion. Each lie makes the next one easier, and gradually, a person may become unable to see clearly. Even within themselves, harsh speech is another form of harm. Sometimes we excuse it by saying, "I only told the truth," but truth without compassion can become a weapon. The Dharma does not ask us to be weak or dishonest. It asks us to be wise. There are times when truth must be spoken firmly, but firmness does not require hate. Clarity does not require cruelty. A sentence can be direct and still carry mercy. Divisive speech is especially dangerous. It is speech that separates people, that carries one person's words to another in order to create suspicion, that delights in conflict, that makes us feel important because we are holding a piece of gossip. This kind of speech may seem small. It may even feel entertaining, but it can tear families, friendships, temples, workplaces, and communities apart. To speak in a way that reconciles, to calm anger between others, to refuse to add fuel to the fire, this is a great practice. And then there is idle speech, words thrown out with no care, no purpose, no mindfulness. Of course, Human beings need warmth, humor, lightness, ordinary conversation. The teaching is not asking us to become cold or silent, but it asks us to notice when speech becomes a river of distraction, when we speak only to fill emptiness, when we use words to avoid looking into ourselves. Meaningful speech does not always mean serious speech. It means speech that does not damage the mind. It means words that are connected to awareness. A single day can reveal so much about our verbal karma. We wake up perhaps already tired. Someone asks us a question, and our tone is sharper than necessary. We send a message online, forgetting that behind the screen there is a living mind. We comment, judge, mock, exaggerate. We repeat something we are not sure is true. We speak kindly to outsiders, but coldly to those at home we say, "I did not mean anything by it." But karma listens not only to excuses, it listens to intention, to carelessness, to the energy carried by the word. And yet, speech can also be one of the most beautiful offerings. A word of encouragement can keep some from despair. An apology can loosen a knot held for years. A blessing can make a room softer. A truthful sentence, spoken at the right time with the right heart, can guide another person away from harm. When speech is purified, the mouth becomes a place where compassion enters the world. But deeper than body and speech is the third door, the mind. Mental karma is the most hidden and the most powerful, because body and speech often follow where the mind has already gone. Before the hand strikes, anger has moved in the mind. Before the mouth lies, fear or desire has already shaped the intention. Before generosity appears in the body, kindness has already opened somewhere inside. Mental karma includes greed, ill will, cruelty, envy, arrogance, delusion, and wrong view. But it also includes compassion, renunciation, gratitude, patience, loving kindness, and wisdom. We may believe that thoughts are private, and therefore harmless. We may say, "I only thought it. I did not do anything." But in the moral life, thought is not invisible. It plants tendencies. It waters seeds. It prepares the road. If we repeatedly think with resentment, resentment becomes easier. If we repeatedly imagine revenge, the mind becomes familiar with violence. If we feed jealousy every time another person succeeds, our joy becomes smaller and smaller. If we constantly desire what belongs to others, the heart becomes restless and poor, no matter how much we own. If we secretly rejoice in another being's suffering, even if our face remains calm, something within us is darkened. This is why the Buddha asked us to observe the mind with great honesty, not with hatred toward ourselves, not with shame, but with clear seeing. A thought of greed arises. We know it as greed. A thought of cruelty arises as cruelty. A jealous comparison appears. We recognize it before it becomes speech. A bitter judgment forms. We hold it in awareness and do not let it rule. This recognition is already a turning. This is where karma begins to change. The mind can also create luminous karma. When we see someone's happiness and silently rejoice, that is karma. When we wish safety for a stranger, that is karma. When we forgive someone little by little, even before we are ready to speak, that is karma. When we notice our own anger and choose not to obey it, that is karma. When gratitude arises for the simplest things, a breath, a meal, a roof, a friend, a chance to practice, the mind is making a path toward peace. These three doors do not stand apart. They are woven together. A thought becomes a word becomes an action becomes a habit, and a habit becomes a destiny of character. This is one of the most important things to understand. We do not suddenly become cruel in one day. We do not suddenly become compassionate in one day. We become what we repeatedly allow. At first, there is only a small irritation. Someone speaks to us in a way we do not like. The mind tightens. If we are not mindful, the irritation becomes a harsh word. The harsh word becomes a quarrel. The quarrel becomes a memory. The memory becomes resentment. The resentment becomes a pattern. And one day we say, "This is just who I am," but perhaps it was not who we were. Perhaps it was what we practiced. In the same way goodness is practiced, at first, there is only one moment of restraint. We want to answer sharply, but we pause. We want to crush a small creature, but we stop. We want to speak badly of someone, but we remain silent. We want to envy, but we try to rejoice. These moments may seem small, but they are not small in the stream of karma. They are like drops of clean water entering a muddy pond. Drop by drop, the water changes. To understand the three doors, we do not need to begin with extraordinary events. We can begin with a normal day. Look at the morning. When you first wake, what is the mind doing? Is it grateful or already complaining? When someone in the house moves too slowly, when breakfast is not as expected, when a child is noisy, when a partner asks something at the wrong moment, what comes through the door of speech? What does the body do? Does it slam, turn away, help, soften, serve? Then the day moves outward. On the road, someone cuts in front of you. In the workplace, someone receives praise you wanted online. A stranger writes something foolish or offensive. The fingers are ready to type, the tongue is ready to judge, the mind is ready to burn. This is not a small spiritual test. This is the field of karma. The monastery is not only a quiet hall with incense. The monastery is also the traffic light, the office, the kitchen, the comment section, the moment when no one is watching. Consider how we treat animals and small creatures. A dog in the street, a bird near the window, an ant on the table, a fly in the room, a cockroach in the corner. To many people, these beings are nothing, annoyances, dirt, things to remove. But when we reflect on karma, we begin to see differently. They too are clinging to life. They too tremble before danger. Our body can become an instrument of death, or it can become an instrument of harmlessness. The difference may take only 1 second, but that second belongs to karma. Consider the tone we use with family. It is often easier to be polite to strangers than to those who love us. We may reserve our worst speech for the people who will still be there tomorrow. But karma is not fooled by public manners. The gentle voice used outside and the impatient voice used at home both leave traces. The hidden life is also part of the path. Consider secret jealousy. Someone succeeds and outwardly we smile. But inwardly, the mind contracts, we compare. We feel diminished. We begin to search for faults in them, just to comfort ourselves. No one may see this. No one may accuse us, but the mind is being trained. If jealousy is fed, it becomes a prison. If it is recognized, softened, and replaced with sympathetic joy, it becomes a doorway to freedom. And consider the moments of kindness no one sees. You clean something you did not dirty. You forgive a small mistake without announcing it. You let someone else be right. You give quietly. You refuse to humiliate someone when you have the power to do so. You pray for a person who will never know. These are not lost. Nothing wholesome is lost. Just as shadow follows form, karma follows the being who creates it. The teaching of the three doors is not meant to make us afraid of every breath. It is meant to wake us up. Fear can freeze the heart, but mindfulness liberates it. When we know that body, speech, and mind are constantly shaping our future, we begin to live with more care. We become less casual with cruelty, less proud of sharp words, less willing to entertain poisonous thoughts. We begin to understand that spiritual practice is not waiting for a perfect day. It is happening now, in this sentence, this gesture, this intention. If the body has harmed, let the body learn to protect. If speech has wounded, let speech learn to heal. If the mind has carried greed, hatred, and confusion, let the mind be trained in generosity, loving kindness, and wisdom. This is not impossible. This is the path. The Buddha did not teach karma to condemn us. He taught it to show us that transformation is possible, because what is made can be remade. What is practiced can be practiced differently. Every moment, one of the three doors is opening. Something is entering the world through us. The question is not whether we are creating karma. We are. The question is, what kind of karma are we creating? Are we adding weight to the long road of suffering? Or are we planting causes of release? Are we deepening blindness? Or are we clearing the eyes? Are we becoming a source of fear or a place where beings feel safe? When we see the three doors clearly, life becomes more sacred. Nothing is merely ordinary anymore. A glance, a reply, a decision, a thought held too long, a hand raised or lowered, each carries meaning. And when this understanding becomes steady, even a small act, something as ordinary as killing an insect, can no longer be dismissed so easily. It may seem like a very small thing. A kettle has just boiled. Someone pours the leftover hot water onto the ground without thinking. Maybe there is an ant trail there. Maybe a tiny insect is passing. Maybe a worm hidden in the damp soil is burned before anyone even sees it. Or perhaps a fly lands on the table, and with one quick motion, a hand strikes it down. A cockroach appears in the corner, and before the mind has time to ask any question, the foot comes down, the body is crushed, the movement ends, the room becomes quiet again. And because the creature was small, because it had no voice we could understand, because it could not look into our eyes and plead for its life, we often tell ourselves, it is nothing. It is finished. It took only a second, but the Buddha invites us to look more deeply than that second. He does not ask us to look in order to become afraid of every step, or to live with a trembling heart, unable to move, unable to breathe, terrified of making a mistake. That is not the spirit of the teaching. The Buddha's way is not a way of panic, it is a way of awakening. It is a way of learning to see what we usually refuse to see. And one of the things we often refuse to see is that a small act of harm is still an act of harm when it is done with intention. From the outside, such an act may appear insignificant. No one calls the police because a fly was killed. No one holds a funeral for a cockroach. No one writes a report because boiling water was poured onto a patch of earth. The world does not stop. People continue eating, talking, working, laughing. But karma is not measured by the noise an act makes in society. Karma is shaped by intention, by the movement of the heart, by the quality of mind that stands behind what we do. If the mind says, this life does not matter, then that thought leaves a trace. If the mind says, because this being is weak, I may do whatever I want, then that thought leaves a trace. If the mind says, its pain is not important because I do not like it, then that thought leaves a trace, and over time, traces become tendencies. Tendencies become habits. Habits become character. Character becomes the direction of a life. This is why the teaching is so delicate. It is not really about the fly alone. It is not only about the cockroach. It is about what happens inside us when we become careless with suffering. At first, we are indifferent to a small creature. Later, we may become indifferent to a harsh word. Later still, indifferent to someone's tears. Then perhaps indifferent to the pain of those who cannot benefit us, those who annoy us, those who are far away, those we have labeled as unworthy. A hardened mind does not become hard all at once. It hardens through repetition, through moments when compassion could have appeared but was dismissed. This is the weight of a small harm. It is not heavy because the insect has the same role in our life as a parent, a child, a teacher, or a dear friend. It is heavy because in that moment, the mind practices domination. It practices impatience. It practices blindness. And whatever the mind practices, the mind becomes more able to do. When we crush a living being and feel nothing, the concern is not only what happened to that being. The concern is what happened to us. Something in us became a little less sensitive. Something in us became a little more willing to use power without reflection. Something in us moved one step farther from tenderness. And in the Buddha's teaching, tenderness is not weakness. Tenderness is wisdom before it has become philosophy. It is the heart recognizing, this being fears pain, just as I fear pain. This being clings to life, just as I cling to life. This being may be small, but its wish not to suffer is not small to itself. A fly does not need to understand our language in order to love life. A cockroach does not need to be beautiful in order to avoid pain. A worm does not need to be useful to us in order to have its own trembling existence. When we see this, even if we still must live in a world full of difficulty, even if we cannot avoid every accidental harm, we begin to move differently. We pour water more carefully. We sweep insects outside when we can. We pause before striking. We ask whether there is another way. That pause is already a form of awakening. Because karma is not simply a cosmic punishment waiting somewhere in the dark. Karma is the moral texture of reality. It is the way actions, speech, and thoughts continue beyond the moment in which they arise. An act may end outwardly, but inwardly it may continue as memory, as habit, as fear, as consequence, as a seed waiting for conditions. And when the Buddha teaches us to contemplate karma, he is not trying to burden our hearts with despair. He is trying to make us honest. To live without reflection is easy. To live with sensitivity is harder. But it is also more beautiful. Someone may say, if I worry about every insect, how can I live? How can I cook, clean, farm, walk, breathe? This question is understandable. The Buddhist path is not asking us to become fanatical or to hate ourselves for being human. We live in a world where bodies survive by conditions, and conditions are tangled. Sometimes harm happens without intention. Sometimes we discover too late that we have stepped on life. Sometimes illness, infestation, danger, or necessity places us in painful situations. The teaching does not demand that we become pure in an imaginary way. It asks that we become sincere in a real way. There is a great difference between unavoidable harm and careless harm. There is a great difference between protection and cruelty. There is a great difference between sorrowfully doing what must be done and casually destroying, because the life before us seems too small to matter. The Buddha points us toward that difference. He asks us to examine the mind. Was there anger? Was there disgust? Was there laziness? Was there the pleasure of crushing something weaker? Was there a refusal to look for another way? These questions are not meant to accuse us. They are meant to bring light into the room of the heart. Because if we cannot bear to look at small unkindness, how will we ever transform great unkindness? Many people carry memories of careless harm. As children, they may have killed insects for fun. They may have thrown stones at animals, burned ants, trapped creatures, laughed at fear because they did not yet understand. Later, as adults, when the heart becomes more awake, those memories may return with shame. But shame, if held wrongly, can become another form of self-centered suffering. The point is not to sit forever saying, I am terrible, I am cruel, I am unforgivable. That too can become a prison. The point is to let remorse become compassion. Healthy remorse says, I did not understand then, now I wish to understand. Healthy remorse says, I cannot undo what was done, but I can change the way I live from here. Healthy remorse says, may the beings I harmed be free from suffering. May I become a safer presence in this world. In this way, the past is not erased, but it is answered. We answer ignorance with mindfulness. We answer cruelty with restraint. We answer carelessness with reverence. This is how the path becomes practical, not by pretending we have never harmed, but by refusing to continue harming blindly. And then the contemplation deepens. Today, a being may die in our hands. It may die under boiling water. It may die under a shoe. It may die because we were irritated for 2 seconds and acted before compassion could speak. Today, that being is small. Today, we are the one standing above. Today, we have the strength, the tools, the human form, the social permission, the feeling of control. But the Buddha asks us not to be intoxicated by today. Today is not forever. The position we occupy now is not guaranteed. The body we have now is not guaranteed. The safety we enjoy now is not guaranteed. The roles of strong and weak, seen and unseen, protected and exposed, can shift in ways the ordinary mind cannot imagine. This is not a threat. It is a truth meant to humble us. We do not know where we have come from in the long wandering of birth and death. We do not know all the forms consciousness has taken. We do not know how many times we have been frightened, hunted, helpless, voiceless. We do not know how many times we have clung to life in a body that others despised. And we do not know what seeds we are planting now for future experience. A being dies today in our hands, in some future time. Under conditions we cannot predict, suffering may come to us with the same suddenness. Not because a judge in the sky is angry, not because the universe is cruel, but because intentional actions carry force. They condition the mind, they shape worlds. They return in ways too subtle for ordinary calculation. Maybe today someone throws boiling water without concern. Tomorrow or in some distant life. Who can say under what heat, what shock, what helplessness, what burning circumstance that person may stand? We cannot know. We cannot say it will happen like this. Karma is not a simple children's equation. It is not always one act returning in the same costume. But we can say this. No intentional action is empty. Nothing born from greed, hatred, and delusion becomes a cause of peace. This is why the wise become careful, not superstitious, careful, not terrified, awake, not obsessed with purity, committed to compassion. When the Buddha teaches us to contemplate karma, he is asking us to remember that we are heirs to our actions. We inherit not only what others give us, not only the family we were born into, not only the country, the body, the circumstances, the name. We inherit what we do. We inherit the quality of our intentions. We inherit the mind we cultivate day after day. If we cultivate a mind that dismisses suffering, we must live with that mind. If we cultivate a mind that pauses before harm, we also live with that mind. And what a difference there is between the two. A mind trained in harm is restless even when the room is quiet. It needs excuses, it needs enemies, it needs to keep proving why compassion is unnecessary. But a mind trained in harmlessness has a different fragrance. It becomes gentle without being weak. It becomes strong without being violent. It becomes attentive. It notices the ant before pouring the water. It opens the window instead of striking. It chooses the cup and the piece of paper to carry a creature outside. It teaches children not to delight in killing. It lowers the voice. It softens the hand. These may seem like small gestures, but a life is made of small gestures. A destiny is not created only by dramatic choices. It is formed in kitchens, doorways, gardens, bathrooms, sidewalks, conversations, private thoughts, moments when nobody is watching. Karma is woven in the ordinary. And perhaps this is why the example of the fly and the cockroach is so powerful. It removes our ability to perform goodness only when the world applauds. Anyone can appear compassionate in front of those who praise compassion. But how do we behave toward beings who cannot thank us? How do we act toward life that gives us no status, no reward, no affection? How do we treat what we find ugly, inconvenient, or easy to destroy? There the heart reveals itself. If compassion depends on beauty, it is not yet deep compassion. If restraint depends on being watched, it is not yet true restraint. If kindness is offered only to those who can repay us, it is still mixed with business. The Dharma asks for something more honest. It asks us to respect life, because life trembles, because suffering matters, because the boundary between me and that being is far thinner than pride imagines. Still, we must walk this path gently. If someone hears this teaching and becomes filled with self-hatred, they have misunderstood its medicine. The Buddha is not standing over us with condemnation. He is standing beside us with a lamp. He is showing us where we have been asleep. And when someone wakes from sleep, the proper response is not to curse the years of dreaming. The proper response is to open the eyes and live differently. So if we have harmed, we acknowledge it. If we have been careless, we become more careful. If we have laughed at suffering, we train ourselves to be moved by it. If we have killed without thought, we begin to protect with thought. This is already a turning of karma. This is already the beginning of a new inheritance. The next time the hand rises to strike, there may be a pause. In that pause, a whole world can change. The old habit says, kill it. The awakened heart says, wait, it is only a bug. The awakened heart says, it is life. The old habit says, this does not matter. The awakened heart says, everything that trains the mind matters. And if we cannot save every being, we can at least stop rejoicing in destruction. If we cannot avoid every harm, we can at least reduce the harms born from impatience and contempt. If we cannot become perfectly harmless in one day, we can become less harmful than we were yesterday. This is not a small achievement. To become less dangerous to the world is a noble beginning in time. The contemplation of karma changes the way we inhabit the earth. We begin to understand that we are not owners moving through a dead world. We are participants in a living field of causes and conditions. Every being we meet, even briefly, becomes part of our practice. The fly at the window, the ant near the sink, the dog in the street, the stranger in traffic, the difficult family member, the person who irritates us, the memory that stirs anger in our chest. Each one offers the same question. What will you plant now? Will you plant more heat, or will you plant coolness? Will you plant fear, or will you plant safety? Will you plant indifference, or will you plant care? A single act may be small, but the direction it points to is not small. A single moment may pass quickly, but the mind shaped by that moment continues. This is why the wise pay attention even to the smallest harm. Not because they are narrow or extreme, but because they understand that the heart is trained by everything it permits. And when the heart becomes sensitive, it does not become weaker. It becomes more awake to the cost of hatred. It becomes more reluctant to create suffering. It becomes more capable of love that is not sentimental, but disciplined. A love that can say no to cruelty. A love that can restrain the hand. A love that can bow inwardly to the fragile wish to live that pulses through all creatures. So the teaching is not simply, do not kill insects. It is deeper than that. It is, do not let the mind become casual about suffering. Do not let convenience erase compassion. Do not let disgust become permission. Do not let your power over the weak intoxicate you. Do not imagine that because an act is unseen, it disappears. The universe of karma is more intimate than public judgment. It begins in the heart before the hand ever moves. And once we understand this, life becomes more solemn, but also more tender. We may still make mistakes. We may still fail to notice. We may still act from old conditioning. But now there is a lamp inside the action. There is a remembrance. There is a wish to reduce harm, to purify intention, to make body, speech, and mind more worthy of trust. This brings us to one of the most unsettling truths. We do not know who we will be, where we will stand, or how karma may ripen in the future. We do not know the shape of tomorrow's fruit. This is why the Buddha's teaching on karma is not meant to make us superstitious, but humble. It is not given so that we may point at another person's pain and say, they must have deserved it. Nor is it given so that we may look at our own comfort and say, I must be safe. Karma is not that simple, not that small, not that easy for the ordinary mind to calculate. The field of causes is vast. The streams of intention are deep. The timing of results is hidden behind layers of conditions that only a fully awakened wisdom can see clearly. Today, a person may pour boiling water onto the ground without a second thought. Today, a person may crush an insect and feel nothing more than a brief irritation passing away. Today it seems small, it seems finished. It seems like a moment too minor to remember. But in the language of karma, what matters is not only the size of the creature, nor the opinion of society, nor whether someone else saw it happen. What matters is the intention, the carelessness, the hardness or tenderness of the heart at the moment of action. And because every intention leaves an imprint, the result does not disappear simply because the moment has passed. But when will it ripen? In what form? Under what sky? In what body? In what circumstance? Perhaps in some future life, One may be a king newly crowned. The drums may sound, the banners may rise. The palace may be filled with flowers, ministers, jewels, voices of praise. People may bow their heads and speak words of honor. The whole kingdom may look at that person and think, how blessed he is, how powerful, how protected. Yet even on a throne, the body is still subject to pain. Even under a crown, karma is still lawful. Even surrounded by guards, no one can be guarded from the ripening of causes. A king may command armies, but he cannot command old karma not to arrive. Or perhaps one may be a beauty queen newly celebrated. Lights flashing, applause rising, the face glowing with youth, grace, and admiration. People may envy that life. They may say, she has everything. She must be fortunate beyond measure. Yet beauty is not a wall against suffering. A lovely face cannot negotiate with impermanence. A garland placed on the head cannot cancel what has been planted in the mind. If a painful result ripens at that time, the world may be shocked. They may say, why her? Why now? She was so young. She was so admired. But karma does not wait for our ideas of fairness. It does not ask whether the photograph is flattering. It does not ask whether the person has just entered a season of praise. Or perhaps one may be a lottery winner, newly rich, laughing with disbelief, holding in their hands the sudden promise of comfort. One day poor, the next day celebrated. One day unnoticed, the next day surrounded by relatives, friends, strangers, invitations, plans. People may think now his life is secure, but wealth only changes certain conditions. It does not purify the heart by itself. It does not erase fear by itself. It does not close the door through which old causes may enter. Money can buy medicine, but not immortality. It can buy a house, but not inner refuge. It can buy distraction, but not freedom from consequence. A person may become rich in the morning and meet a deep sorrow by evening. This is not cruelty. It is simply the uncertainty of conditioned life. And the teaching goes even further, more subtle than the mind usually likes to accept. It is possible that one may be a highly realized person, someone who has touched noble wisdom, someone who has ended many defilements, and yet still experiences the remainder of past causes through the body. In Buddhist tradition, even great disciples were not always free from physical pain, slander, danger, or illness. Liberation is not the same as never feeling the weather of old karma. Awakening purifies the bondage of the mind. It does not always prevent every old seed from producing some final result in the body and the world. This is difficult for us to understand because we often imagine spirituality as a shield against every discomfort. But the Dhamma is not a bargain with life. It is the ending of ignorance, craving, and clinging. It is the freedom of the heart, even when conditions are not under our control. So the Buddha asks us to look carefully. Do not be deceived by appearances. Do not think, because I am healthy now, I am beyond illness. Do not think, because I am admired now, I am beyond humiliation. Do not think because I am comfortable now, I am beyond pain. Do not think because I am successful now. My past is clean and my future is guaranteed. These thoughts are intoxications. They make the mind careless. They make us live as if the present arrangement of life were permanent, as if the body had signed a contract with youth, as if fortune had promised never to leave. And also, do not look at those who suffer and think, they must be lower than me. They must have done something terrible. I am better because I am not in their place. This is a very dangerous misunderstanding of karma. It takes a profound teaching and turns it into pride. It takes a mirror meant for self-reflection and turns it into a weapon against others. The Buddha did not teach karma so that compassion would dry up. He taught karma so that responsibility would awaken. When we see someone in pain, we do not know the full story. We do not know what causes from the past are ripening. We do not know what wholesome qualities may also be present in that person's heart. We do not know whether their suffering is the end of an old darkness, or the beginning of a great wisdom, or simply one thread in a vast tapestry no ordinary eye can read. To assume we understand is arrogance. To withhold compassion is ignorance. A person may be poor and yet inwardly generous. A person may be sick and yet deeply patient. A person may be disgraced and yet closer to humility than those standing above them. A person may be suffering not because they are spiritually ruined, but because conditioned existence is complex and old causes bear fruit when supporting conditions gather. In the same way, when we see someone flourishing, we do not know the whole story either. Their prosperity may be the fruit of past generosity. Their beauty may be the result of past kindness. Their intelligence may be supported by past cultivation. Their influence may come from old merit. But none of this means they are now free from danger. None of this means they cannot create fresh suffering through greed, cruelty, vanity, or heedlessness. Good fortune is not final proof of wisdom. Comfort is not the same as liberation. A high seat does not mean a purified mind. A sweet voice does not mean harmless speech. A soft bed does not mean peaceful sleep. This is why reflection on karma is both sobering and compassionate. It removes the arrogance of success and the despair of suffering. If things are going well, we remember, this is fragile. Let me use these conditions wisely. Let me not waste them in indulgence, pride, or harm. If things are painful, we remember, this too is conditioned. This too can become a path. I am not only this pain, I can still plant good causes now. In this way, karma does not imprison us in fear. It returns power to the present moment. Because whatever has been done in the past, the present intention still matters. This is very important. Sometimes when people hear about karma, they become heavy-hearted. They think, if I have created many causes already, what can I do? If results are coming, how can I escape? But the Buddha's teaching was never meant to make the heart collapse. It was meant to make the heart wake up. We may not be able to control every fruit that will ripen, but we can take care of what we are planting now. We can restrain the hand before it harms. We can soften the tongue before it wounds. We can examine the thought before it becomes action. We can turn back. We can apologize. We can repair. We can cultivate loving kindness where there was irritation, patience where there was anger, generosity where there was grasping. This is where freedom begins, not in controlling the whole universe, but in purifying the intention available to us now. A person who understands this becomes less careless with small things. They do not say, it is only a word. They know a word can become a seed. They do not say, it is only a thought. They know thoughts repeated become tendencies, and tendencies become character, and character shapes destiny. They do not say, it is only a small creature. They know the size of the body is not the measure of the seriousness of intention. They do not say, no one saw me. They know the mind saw, karma saw, the heart was present, and yet such a person does not become harsh or tense. True reflection on karma is not supposed to make us frightened of every breath. It is supposed to make us tenderly awake. Like someone walking through a garden at night with a lamp, we move more slowly, not because we hate life, but because we do not want to crush what we cannot see. We speak more carefully, not because we are afraid of people, but because we respect the power of speech. We think more honestly, not because thoughts are crimes, but because every action begins as a movement in the mind. The uncertainty of karma's ripening teaches us not to postpone goodness. If kindness can be done today, why wait? If forgiveness can begin today, why delay? If a harmful habit can be weakened today, why protect it for another year? We do not know what body we will have tomorrow. We do not know what news will arrive. We do not know whether strength will remain, whether clarity will remain, whether the people we love will still be near. We do not know whether the circumstances that make practice easy today will still be available later. So the wise person does not wait for the perfect retreat, the perfect age, the perfect peace, the the perfect understanding. They begin here in the ordinary hour. They begin while washing a cup, while answering a message, while driving in traffic, while seeing an insect on the floor, while feeling anger rise in the chest. They begin by asking, what is being planted now? What kind of seed is this? If this moment were to follow me like a shadow, would I be at peace with it? This question is not meant to condemn us. It is meant to protect us, because karma follows not as a cruel judge, but as the natural continuity of cause and effect. A shadow does not hate the body it follows. It simply cannot be separated from it. In the same way, our intentional actions accompany us. We may forget them, but they are not lost. We may justify them, but justification does not always purify them. We may hide them from others, but the mind is shaped by what it chooses. Every act of cruelty makes cruelty easier next time. Every act of compassion makes compassion more natural. Every restraint strengthens the possibility of peace. And since we do not know the form of tomorrow's fruit, we practice humility today. We bow inwardly to the mystery of life. We stop pretending that we can read another person's entire karmic history from one visible event. We stop using the teaching as a way to feel superior. We stop taking comfort as proof that we are untouchable. We stop taking suffering as proof that we are doomed. Instead, we meet both joy and sorrow with mindfulness. When joy comes, we receive it gratefully and use it well. When sorrow comes, we endure it with dignity and plant new goodness in its midst. This is a more mature faith. It does not deny karma, and it does not simplify it into cruelty. It understands that causes and conditions are intricate. It understands that some results come quickly, some slowly, some in this life, some beyond this life. It understands that one action may require many conditions before it ripens, and that one experience may be shaped by many streams coming together. Therefore, the wise do not rush to conclusions. They rush only to compassion. They rush only to restraint. They rush only to purify what can be purified now. And perhaps this is the deepest mercy in the Buddha's instruction. Although we cannot see all the past and cannot control all the future, we are not helpless. The door of intention is always near. The next breath can be cleaner than the last. The next word can be kinder than the one we almost spoke. The next action can refuse the old pattern. Even if a dark result must still ripen someday, the mind meeting it can be different. Less hatred, less confusions, resistance, more wisdom, more patience, more release. So, when we contemplate karma, we do not do it to become obsessed with punishment. We do it to become intimate with responsibility. We do it to remember that nothing is truly insignificant when the heart is involved. We do it to protect the future being we ourselves may become, whether that being wears a crown, receives applause, counts new wealth, lies in a hospital bed, walks alone, or sits quietly with a mind ripening toward freedom. We do not know who we will be when the seed bears fruit. We do not know the face, the name, the country, the status, the strength or weakness of that future life. But we know this much. The seed is being shaped now, in this very moment, by the way we think, the way we speak, the way we act. The path is being prepared. And from this understanding, a sincere wish begins to rise in the heart. May unwholesome karma be ended where it can be ended, and where it cannot yet be fully ended, may it at least be reduced. May the harshness become softer. May the darkness become thinner. May the burden become lighter through restraint, compassion, and wisdom. And this is where the teaching becomes very tender, because the Buddha does not speak to us as if we were already perfect. He speaks to us as beings who are still learning how to walk without stepping on ourselves and others. He knows the mind has old habits. He knows anger can rise before wisdom arrives. He knows fear, desire, pride, jealousy, and carelessness can move through us like sudden weather. So when the teaching says that unwholesome karma can be completely abandoned, or at least reduced, it is not a sentence of despair. It is an invitation. It is a way back. To abandon evil completely means to cut it at the root. It means that a certain action, a certain way of speaking, a certain intention of the mind has been seen so clearly, understood so deeply, that we no longer feed it. Not merely that we hold it down for a while, not merely that we are afraid of punishment, or ashamed before others, or trying to appear spiritual, but that the heart itself has lost interest in that darkness. The hand no longer wishes to harm, the tongue no longer wishes to wound, the mind no longer wishes to delight in cruelty, deception, envy, or revenge. The root has been pulled out. This is a noble level of practice. It is real, it is possible. The Buddha would not have taught it if it were impossible. There are people who reach a point where certain forms of harm simply cannot arise in them in the old way anymore. Like a person who has awakened from a nightmare and no longer mistakes it for reality. They see the danger of unwholesome action so clearly that the old intoxication is gone, their restraint is not stiff, their goodness is not forced. It becomes natural, like breathing clean air after leaving a burning house. But for most of us, the path begins in a more humble place. We cannot always say, "From this day forward no anger will ever pass through me. No harmful thought will ever arise. No careless action will ever happen again." If we say this too quickly, we may become disappointed. And from disappointment we may fall into another trap. Since I cannot be pure, why try at all? This is one of the most dangerous excuses the mind can create. It uses our imperfection as permission to remain unchanged. The Buddha's teaching does not allow that kind of laziness. If we cannot yet abandon all harm, we can still abandon some harm today. If we cannot uproot anger completely, we can reduce one angry sentence. If we cannot destroy greed forever, we can refuse one dishonest advantage. If we cannot purify the whole mind at once, we can protect one moment from becoming worse. This is reduction. And reduction is not small in the realm of karma. To reduce evil means to decrease its frequency, its intensity, and its power. Perhaps yesterday anger came 10 times, and today it comes 9. That is not failure. That is one moment rescued. Perhaps yesterday anger became shouting, and today it remains only a tightening in the chest, noticed and softened before it reaches the tongue. That is not nothing. That is a fire that was not allowed to spread. Perhaps the habit of gossip still appears, but now the heart feels uneasy sooner. The mouth pauses sooner. The pleasure in tearing someone down becomes weaker. That is the beginning of freedom. We often imagine spiritual change as something dramatic. We think there must be a grand vow, a sudden transformation, a moment when the whole sky opens and we become a different person. Sometimes such moments do happen. But more often, a life changes quietly. It changes when we pause for 3 seconds before replying. It changes when we see a small insect in the house and choose to carry it outside instead of crushing it without thought. It changes when we are about to exaggerate our story and then decide to tell it simply. It changes when resentment begins to speak inside us and we say, "I see you, but I will not feed you today." Karma is built moment by moment, not only through the great events that everyone remembers, but through the private gestures no one sees. A look, a word, a decision, a refusal, a silence. A thought we return to again and again until it becomes a path in the mind. We are not only shaping karma when we perform great acts of generosity or terrible acts of harm. We are shaping karma in the kitchen, in traffic, in a message we type, in the way we speak about someone who is not present, in the way we treat a creature weaker than us, in the thoughts we allow to become familiar guests in the heart. This is why small reductions matter. A drop of water may seem powerless, but drops fill a jar. A single harsh word may seem minor, but repeated every day, it shapes a household. A single act of restraint may seem insignificant, but repeated every day, it shapes a character. A single moment of compassion may not erase all past karma, but it becomes a seed of another future. And if we continue planting that seed, protecting it, watering it, returning to it after failure, something in us begins to change. Consider anger. Most people do not become free from anger in one day. Anger has many roots. Sometimes it comes from fear, sometimes from wounded pride, sometimes from exhaustion, sometimes from the old belief that if we do not strike back, we will be defeated. So the practice begins with recognition. We learn to feel anger before it becomes speech. We learn its heat in the face, its pressure in the throat, its speed in the thoughts. We learn to say silently, "This is anger." That one moment of naming is already a small freedom. We are no longer completely inside the storm. We are watching the storm. Then we practice pausing, not forever, just long enough to avoid creating a new wound. 1 breath, 2 breaths, a step away from the room, a glass of water, a sentence delayed. In that pause, karma is being changed. The old pattern says, attack now. The new wisdom says, wait. Do not add suffering. Perhaps the anger still remains. Perhaps the heart still burns. But the hand did not strike. The mouth did not humiliate. The message was not sent. This is reduction. This is real practice. Or take the habit of killing small creatures carelessly. Many people do not even consider it an action of moral weight. A mosquito lands on the arm, and the hand moves instantly. A cockroach appears, and fear or disgust becomes violence. A fly buzzes near the table, and irritation becomes death. The world says it is only an insect, but the contemplation of karma asks us to slow down and look again. There is life there. There is fear there. There is clinging to existence there, however small that body appears to us. If we cannot yet save every creature, can we save one? Can we open a window? Can we place a cup over the insect and carry it outside? Can we reduce one act of killing that we would have done without thought? This does not mean we become naive, or careless about hygiene, or unable to protect ourselves. The path is not sentimental confusion. It is training in intention. It is learning not to let irritation, disgust, and convenience become the masters of our hand. Even when we must deal with danger, we can do so with less hatred. Even when we cannot be perfectly harmless, we can become less violent, less impulsive, less delighted in domination. That less is already a doorway. The same is true with speech. Perhaps we have told lies for years, not always great lies, but small ones, to protect our image, to avoid discomfort, to win admiration, to escape responsibility. To abandon lying completely is a profound discipline. But if we cannot yet be perfectly truthful in every situation, we can begin by noticing the impulse to distort. We can ask, why do I want to change the truth right now? What am I protecting? What am I afraid of? And then we can choose one honest word where we once would have chosen deception. Truthfulness does not require cruelty. Some people think speaking truth means throwing sharp stones in the name of honesty. But right speech is not only true, it is also timely, beneficial, and guided by a mind of goodwill. So we practice speaking truth more gently. We practice refusing to flatter falsely, but also refusing to injure unnecessarily. We learn to say, I see it differently, without contempt. We learn to say, I was wrong. Without collapsing, we learn to say, I cannot promise that. Instead of making a promise we already know we will break. And then there is gossip, one of the most common ways people create karma, without feeling that anything serious has happened. Gossip can feel light, even entertaining. A little story, a little judgment, a little secret passed from one mouth to another. But afterward, what remains? Someone's dignity has been weakened. Our own mind has been stained by delight in another's flaws. Trust has been thinned. The tongue has learned to enjoy division. To reduce gossip may begin very simply. We stop adding one detail. We refuse to repeat one rumor. We change the subject once. We ask ourselves, if this person were standing here, would I speak this way? That question alone can protect much karma. Resentment also deserves careful attention. Resentment is anger that has built a house in the mind. It does not shout every moment, but it waits. It remembers. It rehearses old injuries. It gathers evidence, again and again, why we are right to remain hard. Sometimes the pain behind resentment is real. The wound may have been deep. The Buddha's path does not ask us to pretend we were not hurt, but it does ask us not to turn our wound into a lifelong factory of poison. To reduce resentment, we do not begin by forcing ourselves to love someone we are not ready to love. We begin by noticing when the mind is feeding the story. We notice the pleasure of replaying the argument. We notice the way the body tightens when a name appears. We notice how often we return to the same inner courtroom, presenting the same case, demanding the same verdict. And then, even once we stop, we say, "Not now. I have suffered enough from this." We place the mind somewhere else. We breathe. We remember that hatred does not punish only the other person. It burns the one who holds it. Every such moment is a reduction of unwholesome karma. The chain becomes weaker. The groove becomes less deep. The mind learns another direction. Still, we must be careful. Gradual practice should not become a comfortable excuse. The teaching of reduction is compassionate, but it is not permissive. It does not say, "Continue harming," and call it human. It says, "Look honestly, begin where you are, reduce what you can, and keep going." If we use our imperfection to justify our carelessness, we have misunderstood the path. If we say, "I am not enlightened, so of course I will speak harshly. Of course I will kill. Of course I will deceive. Of course I will indulge my anger," then we are not practicing reduction. We are protecting our defilements. A sincere practitioner may fall, but does not make a throne out of falling. A sincere practitioner may fail, but does not turn failure into identity. We may say, "Today I spoke too sharply. I see it, I regret it. Tomorrow I will guard the mouth sooner." Or, "Today I acted out of fear. I see the seed. I will not pretend it was wisdom." This honesty is already part of purification. Regret, when joined with wisdom, is not self-hatred. It is the heart's refusal to become numb. The path becomes lighter. We understand that practice is not all or nothing. If we cannot give up every unwholesome habit today, we can weaken one. If we cannot forgive completely today, we can stop renewing hatred for 1 hour. If we cannot live with perfect compassion, we can avoid one unnecessary harm. If we cannot keep the mind pure, we can at least know when it is impure, and that knowing is the beginning of cleansing. In ordinary life, these tiny victories may be invisible. No one applauds when we do not send the cruel message. No one praises us when we quietly carry the insect outside. No one gives an award when we swallow a piece of gossip instead of spreading it. No one may know that we were about to lie, but chose the truth. Yet karma knows, the heart knows, the path knows. Something has shifted in the deep current of our becoming. And when these small moments accumulate, they form a different kind of person. Not perfect at once, but more awake, less dangerous, less ruling impulse, more capable of pausing, more capable of kindness, more capable of seeing the long shadow cast by even a brief intention. Such a person begins to live with a quiet dignity, because they are no longer simply dragged by habit. They are participating in their own liberation. This is why the contemplation of karma is not meant to frighten us into paralysis. It is meant to wake us into responsibility. If every action follows us like a shadow, then every moment of restraint also follows us. Every act of mercy follows us. Every honest word, every softened thought, every refusal to harm when harming would have been easy. All of it becomes part of the road ahead. We are not only heirs to our past, we are also builders of our future. So let us not wait for the day when we can abandon all evil before we begin abandoning any evil. Let us not wait until our compassion is perfect before we spare one life. Let us not wait until our speech is flawless before we reduce one wound. Let us not wait until the mind is fully liberated before we stop feeding one resentment. The path begins exactly where the next intention arises. If the darkness cannot yet be ended, let it be thinned. If the burden cannot yet be dropped completely, let it be made lighter. If the old habit cannot yet be uprooted, let it be watered less. And if even one harmful action can be abandoned today, let today not pass without that blessing. To reduce harmful karma, we must first learn how to guard the body, the most visible door of action. The body is the first place where karma becomes visible. Before anyone can hear the thoughts hidden inside us, before anyone can see the secret movements of our heart, they meet us through our hands, our eyes, our posture, our steps, our touch. A thought of anger may begin silently, but when the hand strikes, the world can see it. A thought of kindness may also begin silently, but when the hand reaches out to lift someone who has fallen, the world can feel it. This is why the Buddha did not teach karma as something far away, hidden only in future lives or mysterious realms. Karma is also here, in the simple fact that our body is constantly leaving traces. The way we enter a room can bring fear or comfort. The way we stand near someone weaker than us can make them feel protected or threatened. The way we use our strength can become either a shelter or a weapon. Our hands can injure, or they can support. They can grab what does not belong to them, or they can give what someone desperately needs. They can push a person away in disgust, or hold them gently when they are trembling. Our feet can rush toward conflict, toward gossip, toward the places where harm is easy, or they can walk toward service, toward the hospital bed, toward the old parent waiting by the door, toward the lonely friend who said, "I am fine," but whose voice was full of sorrow. Every day, the body is asking us a question. What kind of presence will you be in this world? Not merely what will you believe, not merely what will you admire, not merely what beautiful words will you repeat, but what will you do with this body while it still has breath, while it still has warmth, while it still has the strength to choose. To purify bodily karma begins with non-harming. It sounds simple, but if we truly look, it reaches into every corner of life. Non-harming is not only the refusal to murder or commit obvious violence, it is the gradual training of the whole body to stop treating life as disposable. It is the softening of our movements, the slowing down of our impulses, the awakening of reverence toward all beings that want to live just as we want to live. A small insect crawling across the floor, a stray dog searching through trash, a bird trembling after hitting a window, a fish gasping outside the water, a person exhausted on the street, an elder walking slowly while others rush past with irritation. In all these moments, bodily karma is being made. We may not say anything. We may not even think very deeply, but our body chooses. It steps on or steps around. It kicks away or bends down. It ignores or protects. The Buddha invited us to contemplate karma not to make us afraid of life, but to make us awake inside life. When we understand that every action has weight, we become less careless. A moment that once seemed too small to matter begins to shine with importance. To pour boiling water onto the ground without looking, to kill a fly casually, to crush a cockroach with hatred and then forget it in the next breath. These acts may seem finished to the world, but in the deep law of cause and effect, nothing truly disappears. The being is gone from our sight, but the intention has entered the stream of our own becoming. And this is not taught so that we become stiff, paranoid, or unable to live. It is taught so that compassion becomes natural. It is taught so that the hand hesitates before harm. It is taught so that the foot pauses before crushing. It is taught so that strength becomes humble, because today another being may die helplessly in our hand, in the form of something small and easily dismissed. But who knows the future conditions of our own life? Who knows when we ourselves may be fragile, trapped, unable to escape the heat, the blade, the wheel, the careless decision of someone stronger? Karma asks us to widen the imagination of the heart. It asks us to invulnerable. I too will age. I too will fall ill. I too will die. I too will be separated from what I love. And I too will inherit the results of what I have done. When this remembrance enters the body, violence loses some of its arrogance. cruelty loses some of its pleasure. Carelessness becomes harder to excuse. To purify the body means we stop using power without conscience. If we are stronger, we do not use that strength to dominate. If we are wealthier, we do not use that comfort to exploit. If we are in a position of authority, we do not make others tremble just because we can. If an animal cannot speak our language, we do not pretend it cannot suffer. If a worker is poor, we do not act as though their exhaustion is invisible. If the earth cannot cry out in words, we do not assume our greed leaves no wound. Non-harming also means restraining the body when anger burns through it. There are moments when the whole body wants to become an argument. The jaw tightens, the chest heats, the hands want to slam the table, throw the phone, strike the wall, or strike the person standing before us. In that moment, restraint is not weakness. Restraint is a great protection. It protects the other person from our untrained pain, and it protects our own future from a seed we may later regret. Many people think karma is created only by dramatic deeds, but often the most important karma is created in ordinary rooms. In the kitchen, when someone speaks sharply and we choose not to throw something back. In traffic, when we are cut off and we choose not to chase, not to threaten, not to turn a few seconds of irritation into danger. In the home, when a child spills something and we choose not to raise a hand in rage. In the workplace, when we could humiliate someone publicly, but instead correct them with dignity. These are not small victories. These are moments when the body is purified. The body becomes pure, not because it is perfect, young, beautiful, or strong. The body becomes pure when it becomes safe for other beings. What a beautiful way to live, to become a person whose presence does not make the world more afraid. To become someone whose hands are trusted, someone whose footsteps are not dreaded, someone near whom children can relax, animals can breathe, elders can feel respected, and the suffering can feel less alone. And beyond refraining from harm, the body can create bright karma through generosity and service. If negative karma is created when the body injures, positive karma is created when the body protects, nourishes, and serves. Sometimes people think generosity belongs only to the wealthy, but the body has 1,000 ways to give. A person with little money can still give time. A tired person can still give a seat. A busy person can still give attention. A poor person can still share half a meal. A grieving person can still place a hand gently on another grieving shoulder. To feed someone who is hungry is bodily karma. To clean a space that others have neglected is bodily karma. To care for an aging parent, to wash their clothes, to prepare their medicine, to help them walk, to listen when they repeat the same story again and again. This is karma made through the body. To pick up trash from a path where others will walk, to carry water, to plant a tree, to rescue a trapped animal, to drive someone to the clinic, to open the door for someone whose hands are full. None of these actions may look grand, but each one says to the universe, "May my body be used for kindness." There are people who wait for a great mission while ignoring the small services placed before them. But karma is not waiting for a stage. Karma is created in the exact place where we stand. The person in front of us is the field. The suffering we can reach, the field. The task no one wants to do is the field. The being we are tempted to ignore is the field. If we cannot save the whole world, we can still make one corner less cruel. If we cannot feed every hungry person, we can feed one. If we cannot rescue every animal, we can spare one. If we cannot heal every wound, we can refuse to create another. This is not a small path. This is the path by which the heart becomes trustworthy. In modern life, bodily karma has become more complicated because harm is often hidden behind convenience. We may not see the hands that suffer for the things we buy. We may not see the animals confined for our consumption. We may not see the forests cut down for our habits, the rivers poisoned for our comfort, the workers exhausted for our speed. We press a button, and something arrives at the door. We throw something away, and it disappears from our house. But disappearance from our sight is not disappearance from the world. To contemplate karma today means to become less numb. It means asking gently, not with guilt that paralyzes us, but with wisdom that matures us. What am I supporting with my body, my money, my habits, my appetite, my convenience? Do my choices increase suffering unnecessarily? Do I consume more than I need? Do I waste what others lack? Do I treat the earth as though it were not alive with beings who also depend on clean water, clean air, and shelter purifying? The body does not demand that we solve every system overnight, but it asks us to stop hiding behind helplessness. It asks us to reduce harm where we can, to choose with more care, to waste less, to eat with more gratitude, to buy with more awareness, to repair instead of discard when possible, to remember that the earth beneath our feet is not merely a surface for our desires, but a shared home for countless lives. Even entertainment shapes bodily karma indirectly. When violence becomes something we enjoy without reflection, when cruelty becomes a joke, when suffering becomes a spectacle, the heart can grow dull. What we repeatedly watch, we may slowly normalize. What we normalize, we may one day tolerate in life. This does not mean we must fear every image or story, but it does mean we should guard the sensitivity of the heart. A compassionate person does not want to become entertained by pain so often that real pain no longer moves them. Because numbness is dangerous. Numbness allows a person to step over suffering without seeing it. Numbness allows society to accept abuse because it is common. Numbness allows us to say, that is just the way things are, when in truth, it is the way things remain because too many bodies do nothing. The Buddha's teaching is a call to wakefulness. Look again, feel again, choose again. Sometimes the most powerful bodily karma is simply showing up, not with perfect words, not with a solution, not with wisdom polished like a jewel, but with a real human presence, sitting beside someone in grief, standing with someone who is afraid, visiting the sick, helping carry the burden, staying when it would be easier to disappear. There are wounds in life that cannot be repaired by advice, but they can be softened by the body of another person who refuses to abandon us. This is why service purifies. It breaks the hard shell of self-centeredness. When we kneel to clean, carry, cook, wash, feed, or comfort, something in the ego becomes quieter. We remember that this body was not given only for pleasure, appearance, and survival. It was given as an instrument of awakening. Every limb can become a path. Every ordinary task can become an offering. Of course, we will make mistakes. We may still act carelessly. We may still kill without intending to. We may still consume in ways we later regret. We may still lose patience and let the body speak anger before wisdom can arrive. But the purpose of contemplating karma is not to drown in shame. Shame often freezes the heart, while wisdom teaches it to move differently. When we see harm, we acknowledge it. We learn. We make amends where we can. We strengthen the intention not to repeat it. And then we continue. The important thing is not to live in denial. A person who says, "It does not matter," is closing the door to transformation. But a person who says, "It matters and I will be more careful," has already begun to purify the path ahead. Imagine reaching the end of a day and asking not only, "What did I accomplish?" but "Who was safer because I lived today? Who suffered less because these hands existed? What life did I spare? What burden did I help carry? Where did my body become a refuge rather than a threat?" These questions are simple, but they can change the direction of a life. For the body is temporary. One day these hands will open and release everything. One day these feet will no longer walk. One day this face, this strength, this breath, this form we call me will return to the elements. But before that day comes, the body can still be trained. It can still bow. It can still give. It can still refrain. It can still protect. It can still turn away from harm and move toward mercy. And when the body has been trained in harmlessness, the world around us feels it. People may not know our philosophy. Animals may not know our name. The earth may not praise us, but something becomes lighter. Less fear is created. Fewer wounds are added. More kindness enters the stream. This is how bodily karma becomes a blessing. Not through grand declarations, but through the quiet discipline of daily life. A hand that does not strike. A foot that does not crush. A body that does not exploit. A presence that does not threaten. A strength that protects the weak. A life that tries again and again to make room for other lives to breathe. And yet, even when the body is still, the mouth can create wounds that last for years. A person may never lift a hand against another, may never steal, may never kill, may never outwardly injure anyone, and still, through speech, leave behind a trail of suffering. A sentence spoken in anger can remain in someone's heart long after the room has gone quiet. A rumor whispered in secret can travel farther than a stone thrown from a mountain. A promise made without sincerity can become a chain around another person's hope. This is why the Buddha did not teach us to purify only the body. He also asked us to look carefully at the tongue, at the breath that carries words, at the intention hidden beneath every sound we send into the world. Speech is a kind of fire. With fire, we can warm a cold house. We can cook food for the hungry. We can light a lamp for someone walking through the dark. But with the same fire, we can burn a field, destroy a home, turn a life to ashes. Words are like that. One word can help a tired person continue. One word can return dignity to someone who has been humiliated. One word can reconcile a family, soften a conflict, open a door that has been closed for years. But one word can also break trust, poison a friendship, shame a child, divide a community, and leave someone carrying pain in silence. So the question is not only, do I speak? The deeper question is, from what place in me do these words arise? Because words do not begin at the lips. They begin in the heart. Before a sentence becomes sound, it has already lived as intention. It has already been shaped by anger, fear, pride, greed, kindness, patience, or wisdom. This is why speech is karma. Not because sound itself is mysterious, but because every word is an action. It moves outward, it touches others, it plants seeds. And those seeds, whether sweet or bitter, do not disappear merely because the voice has stopped. The Buddha pointed to forms of speech that bring suffering. The first is lying, the deliberate turning away from truth. Sometimes a lie is loud and obvious. Sometimes it is soft, polished, and socially acceptable. We lie to escape blame. We lie to gain advantage. We lie to appear better than we are. We lie because we fear losing love, losing respect, losing control. And sometimes we lie so often to others that we begin to lie to ourselves. But every lie creates a split inside the mind. One part of us knows what is real, and another part works to cover it. That inner division becomes exhausting. We must remember what we said, who we said it to, what image we are maintaining. The liar may appear successful for a while, but inwardly, peace becomes fragile. Trust, once broken, is difficult to restore, and in karmic terms. Each false word trains the mind to live farther from reality. To lie is not merely to deceive another person, it is to weaken our own relationship with truth. Then there is harsh speech, words thrown like stones. We know this kind of speech well. It comes when anger rises and restraint disappears. It is the insult spoken to a spouse because we want to win. It is the humiliation of a child because we are tired and impatient. It is the cruel comment made in public so that someone else feels small. It is the sharp message sent at midnight, written not to solve anything, but to hurt. Many people say, I was only telling the truth, but truth without compassion can become a weapon. A word does not have to be sweet in order to be compassionate. Sometimes love must speak firmly. Sometimes wisdom must say no. Sometimes a harmful action must be named clearly. But there is a difference between firmness and cruelty. Firm speech seeks to protect, correct, or awaken. Cruel speech seeks to injure. Firm speech may be uncomfortable, but it is not poisoned. Cruel speech carries the hidden wish. May you suffer because I am suffering. This is where we must be honest with ourselves. When we speak in anger, do we want understanding, or do we want revenge? Do we want healing, or do we want the other person to feel the pain we feel? The mouth can become the servant of anger very quickly. In one moment we are hurt. In the next moment we want to hurt back. And if mindfulness is absent, the tongue becomes faster than wisdom. There is also divisive speech, words that separate people from one another. This is the speech of gossip, suspicion, and subtle manipulation. It may not always sound violent. Sometimes it sounds concerned. I probably should not say this, but I am only telling you because I care. Did you hear what they said about you? With a few carefully chosen words, we can plant doubt in a friendship, resentment in a family, distrust in a community. Divisive speech often gives the speaker a secret pleasure. We feel important because we know something. We feel powerful because we can influence how others see each other. We may gather people to our side by making someone else look unworthy. But this kind of speech is dangerous because it multiplies suffering. It does not stop with one listener. It spreads. It changes the atmosphere. It makes people guarded. It causes hearts to close. And sometimes divisive speech appears in spiritual clothing. A person may use gentle words, sacred words, words of doctrine. Yet underneath there is pride. They speak not to help but to appear superior. They quote wisdom in order to belittle someone who is struggling. They speak of compassion while secretly judging. They speak of karma as if it were a tool for condemning others, forgetting that the teaching of karma is first a mirror for oneself. This too is verbal karma. Even beautiful language can become unwholesome when the intention is impure. A flower placed on an altar with arrogance is still touched by arrogance. A teaching spoken to inflate the ego loses its fragrance. The Dharma is not meant to make the mouth clever while the heart remains hard. It is meant to soften the whole being. Then there is idle speech, the endless scattering of awareness. Not every casual word is harmful. Human beings need warmth, humor, ordinary conversation. A kind joke can comfort. A simple chat can ease loneliness. But idle speech becomes unwholesome when it feeds delusion, wastes precious life, or pulls the mind deeper into craving and distraction. Words can become a net in which awareness is trapped. We talk and talk to avoid silence. We fill every space with noise because we do not want to meet ourselves. We comment on everything, react to everything, repeat what we do not understand. We speak just hours in speech that leaves the mind more restless, more scattered, more hungry than before, and afterward, if we listen carefully, we may feel a certain emptiness. So many words have been spent, but no wisdom has grown. So much breath has been used, but no suffering has been reduced. In modern life, speech is not only what comes from the mouth, it is also what we type, post, share, forward, and react to. A careless sentence online is still speech. A mocking comment is still speech. A rumor shared through a screen is still speech. The distance of technology does not erase karma. We may not see the face of the person we hurt, but the seed is planted all the same. The mind that enjoys humiliating others is being shaped by that enjoyment. The heart that spreads fear is being trained in fear. The habit of speech is not limited by the body's location, but if words can harm, they can also heal. This is the hopeful part. The same mouth that once wounded can learn to bless. The same tongue that once lied can learn to protect truth. The same voice that once divided can learn to reconcile. The same speech that once wasted awareness can become a path of mindfulness. Wholesome speech begins with truthfulness. Not a harsh obsession with saying everything we think, but a deep respect for reality. To speak truthfully is to refuse the comfort of deception. It is to let our words stand close to what is real. It is to become someone whose speech can be trusted. A truthful person gives safety to others. Around such a person, people do not need to constantly wonder, what is hidden? What is being twisted? What is being used against me? Truth becomes a shelter, but truth alone is not enough. The Buddha also taught that speech should be timely. Even a true word can be harmful if spoken at the wrong moment. A person drowning in grief may not need a lecture. A person burning with anger may not be able to receive correction. A child already crushed by shame may not need another sharp lesson. Wisdom asks not only, is it true, but also, is this the right time? Is this heart able to hear it now? Will speaking now reduce suffering or increase it? Then speech should be gentle. Gentleness does not mean weakness. It does not mean we avoid difficult truths. It means we do not add unnecessary violence. A surgeon may cut the body in order to heal it, but the cut is precise, not cruel. In the same way, compassionate speech may sometimes cut through confusion, but it does not slash wildly. It does not enjoy the wound. It is guided by care. Speech also be beneficial. This is a powerful discipline. Before speaking, we can ask, what will this word serve? Will it serve understanding? Will it serve peace? Will it serve courage? Will it serve honesty? Or will it serve only my pride, my anger, my need to be admired, my desire to control the story? So much karma could be purified if we paused for just one breath before speaking. One breath is sometimes enough to save a relationship from a wound. One breath can stop an insult from becoming a memory someone carries for years. One breath can allow anger to be known before it takes command. In that breath, we can ask 4 simple questions. Is it true? Is it necessary? Is it kind in intention? Is it likely to reduce suffering? If the answer is no, silence may be the wiser offering. But silence too must be examined. Because there is a silence that is noble, and there is a silence that is cowardly. There is a silence that protects peace, and there is a silence that abandons someone in need. If a kind word is needed and we withhold it out of pride, that silence has karma. If someone is being humiliated and we remain quiet because we do not want inconvenience, that silence has karma. If a person we love is suffering and we refuse to speak comfort because we are trapped in resentment, that silence has karma. Purifying speech does not mean speaking less only. It means speaking more consciously. Sometimes the purest speech is a sincere apology. Sometimes it is a word of gratitude we have delayed too long. Sometimes it is telling someone, I understand, when they feel alone. Sometimes it is saying, I was wrong, without excuses. Sometimes it is saying, please forgive me, not as a strategy, but as a bow of the heart. There are people who remember for a lifetime the one person who spoke kindly to them when they were close to breaking, a teacher who said, you can begin again, a parent who said, I am proud of you, a friend who said, you do not have to carry this alone. These words may seem small to the speaker, but to the listener they can become a lamp. We never know when a simple sentence may turn someone away from despair. And likewise, we never know when a careless sentence may deepen a wound we cannot see. This is why mindfulness of speech is not a small practice. It is a daily training in compassion. Each conversation becomes a field of karma. Each message, each response, each silence, each tone of voice is a seed. We are always planting. When we reflect on karma, we begin to feel the weight and sacredness of speech, not with fear in a narrow sense, but with reverence. We realize that nothing is truly thrown away. The joke that humiliates another person does not vanish. The lie told for convenience does not vanish. The rumor spread for entertainment does not vanish. The blessing spoken with love does not vanish either. The encouragement, the truth, the apology, the reconciliation, the gentle correction, all of it enters the stream of causes and conditions. So we train, not perfectly, but sincerely. We notice the heat rising before harsh words. We notice the pleasure of gossip before it escapes the mouth. We notice the temptation to exaggerate, to flatter for selfish gain, to bend the truth so that we appear more admirable. We notice the urge to use spiritual language as a mask for pride. We notice the moments when kindness is possible, and we are about to choose indifference. And in that noticing, freedom begins. A person who purifies speech becomes a refuge in this noisy world. Their words do not always please everyone, but they do not burn without reason. Their honesty does not humiliate. Their silence does not abandon. Their advice does not seek control. Their praise does not manipulate. Their correction does not destroy dignity. In their presence, others feel that language can be safe again. This is a beautiful offering, to speak in such a way that others do not have to protect themselves from our mouth. To become someone whose words carry warmth instead of smoke. To make the tongue a servant of wisdom, not anger. To let speech become a bridge instead of a blade. Every morning, we can make this quiet vow. Today, may my words not add unnecessary suffering to the world. May I speak truth without cruelty. May I be silent without coldness. May I encourage what is wholesome. May I refuse to spread poison. May I remember that each word follows me as surely as a shadow follows the body, because karma is not waiting only in great actions. It is being written in the ordinary sentences of an ordinary day. At the table, in the car, on the phone, in a message, in a meeting, in the way we answer someone who irritates us, in the way we speak about someone who is not present, in the way we speak to ourselves when no one else can hear. And if we can soften there, if we can become truthful there, if we can bring mindfulness into the small fire of speech, then much suffering can be prevented before it is born. But the deepest source of karma is even quieter than speech. It begins in the hidden movements of the mind. Before a word is spoken, before a hand is lifted, before a choice becomes visible in the world, there is usually a small movement inside the mind. Quiet, private, almost invisible. It may be only a flicker of wanting, a flash of irritation, a little story we tell ourselves about why we are right and someone else is wrong. But if we look deeply, we begin to see that this hidden place is where karma often takes its first breath. The mind is like a private room. No one else enters it exactly as we do. People may see our face, hear our tone, notice our behavior, but they do not see the first seed being placed in the soil. They do not see how long we hold it in our palm before planting it. They do not see how often we return to water it. And yet, sooner or later, what is planted in that hidden room begins to appear in the garden of our life. If we entertain anger again and again, the eyes become sharper, the tongue becomes quicker, the hands become less gentle. If we entertain greed again and again, even what we have begins to feel poor. If we entertain envy, another person's happiness becomes painful to us, as if their light has stolen something from our sky. If we entertain resentment, the past does not remain in the past. It sits beside us at breakfast, walks with us into work, lies down beside us at night. And if we entertain cruelty, even in secret, even only as a fantasy, the heart slowly loses its tenderness. This is why the Buddha asked us not only to watch what we do, not only to watch what we say, but to watch the mind itself, because the mind is the field. Body and speech are often the harvest. When we wonder why certain words burst out of us, why certain actions repeat themselves, why certain suffering keeps returning with a familiar face, we may need to ask, what have I been cultivating inwardly? What thoughts have I been feeding when no one was looking? There are mental states that feel powerful in the beginning, but they poison the one who holds them. Greed is one of them. Greed says, more, and never bows in gratitude to what is already here. It can sit inside a poor person and inside a rich person. It can wear simple clothes or expensive ones. Greed is not measured only by the amount we own, but by the fever in the mind that cannot be at peace. When greed governs thought, people become objects, opportunities become traps, and life becomes a marketplace where nothing is sacred unless it can be possessed. Envy is another fire. It may begin quietly when we see someone praised, loved, promoted, admired, or blessed with something we secretly want. At first it may only sting, but if we feed it, envy becomes a story. They do not deserve it. Why them? Why not me? And then the heart, Instead of rejoicing in goodness wherever it appears, begins to shrink. We may even smile outwardly while inwardly wishing their joy would fade. This is mental karma. No one may hear it. No one may accuse us. But the mind that cannot rejoice in another's happiness becomes a lonely place. Resentment is heavier. It carries old injuries and repeats them as if repetition could heal them. It says, remember what they did. Remember how they failed you. Remember how unfair it was. Sometimes pain truly happened. Sometimes harm truly was done. The Buddha never asked us to pretend that wounds are not wounds. But he showed us that clinging to hatred is not protection. It is another wound we keep pressing open with our own hands. Resentment may feel like loyalty to our suffering, but often it becomes loyalty to our prison. Then there is contempt, that cold mental habit of looking down on others. Contempt says, I am better, they are foolish, they are beneath me. It can appear in spiritual life too, very subtly. A person may practice meditation, learn teachings, give charity, speak of compassion, and still look at others with a hidden sneer. This is a dangerous impurity because it can disguise itself as wisdom. But true wisdom does not harden the heart. True wisdom sees clearly and still remains humble. It understands that every being is tangled in causes and conditions, struggling with ignorance, fear, craving, and pain. To see another person's confusion should awaken compassion, not pride. Cruelty is even darker, especially when the mind begins to enjoy the thought of another being's suffering. Sometimes we may not act on it. We may not say it, but inwardly, we imagine someone falling, failing, being humiliated, being punished, being hurt. We may replay their downfall like a secret film, and something in us takes pleasure. That pleasure is not harmless. It trains the heart in violence. It makes suffering feel acceptable as long as it belongs to someone we dislike. And once the mind learns to delight in pain, it becomes easier for speech and action to follow. Revenge, too, begins as a flame in thought. It promises balance, but it rarely brings peace. It says, if they suffer, I will be free. But the one obsessed with revenge must keep touching the person who harmed them, at least inwardly. They must keep the image alive, keep the anger warm, keep the wound central. In that way, revenge binds us to the very suffering we want to escape. Karma does not ask whether our anger felt justified. It asks what kind of seed we planted, how deeply we planted it, and what fruit must follow from such a seed. And then there is delusion, perhaps the most subtle of all. Delusion is the fog that makes us say, this does not matter. My thoughts are mine alone. No one is hurt if I only think it. But thoughts are not nothing. They are not yet the full action, yes, but they are the beginning of direction. A thought can be like a bird flying across the sky, appearing and disappearing without leaving a trace. But a thought can also be like a path walked, again and again until the grass dies and the earth hardens beneath our feet. This distinction is important. A passing thought is not the same as deliberate cultivation. A moment of anger arising in the mind does not mean we are evil. A sudden jealous thought does not mean we are doomed. A cruel image appearing for an instant does not mean we have already become cruel. The mind has habits, echoes, old impressions, fears, memories, impulses. Sometimes thoughts arise without invitation, like leaves blown into the doorway by the wind. The question is what we do next. Do we welcome the thought, feed it, decorate it, justify it, return to it with pleasure? Or do we recognize it gently and say, this is anger, this is envy, this is cruelty. This is not a seed I wish to water. In that small moment of recognition, karma changes direction. We are no longer asleep. We are no longer being carried blindly by the current. We are standing at the edge of the field, seeing the seed before it disappears into the soil. This is the purification of the mind. It is not a dramatic performance. It is not pretending to be saintly. It is not forcing the mind to become blank. It is the honest, patient practice of knowing what is arising, understanding its nature, and choosing what deserves nourishment. Some thoughts weaken when they are seen clearly. Some lose their power when we stop calling them me and mine. Instead of saying, I am angry, we may learn to say, anger is present. Instead of saying, I am jealous, we may say, jealousy has arisen. This small change gives space, and in that space, wisdom can breathe. The Buddha offered wholesome states as medicine for the mind. Loving kindness is one of the first medicines. It is the sincere wish that beings be safe, peaceful, and free from harm. Not only the people we love, not only the people who are useful to us, not only the people who agree with us. Loving kindness begins where we are, perhaps with ourselves, perhaps with a dear friend, and slowly widens. It teaches the heart a new direction. Instead of asking, what can I get? It asks, may there be well-being. Compassion is the trembling of the heart in response to suffering. It does not look away. It does not say, their pain is not my concern. Compassion remembers that all beings fear pain. All beings tremble before danger. All beings want relief. Even the difficult person, even the arrogant person, even the one who behaves badly, is still driven by suffering and ignorance. Compassion does not excuse harmful actions, but it refuses to hate the being who is trapped in them. It says, may you be free from the causes of suffering. May your heart awaken. Sympathetic joy is the medicine for envy. It is the practice of rejoicing in another person's goodness, success, beauty, happiness, or fortune. At first, this may feel difficult. The old mind may resist. It may say, if they have joy, there is less for me. But joy is not a bowl of rice divided into smaller and smaller portions. Another person's light does not make our lamp impossible to light. When we practice sympathetic joy, the heart becomes generous. We learn to say, how wonderful that goodness has appeared there. May it continue. May it grow. Equanimity is the medicine for obsession, control, and fear. It remembers that every being is the owner of their karma, heir to their karma, born of their karma, related to their karma, supported by their karma. We can love others, help others, advise others, protect others when possible, but we cannot live their karma for them. Equanimity does not mean indifference. It means a balanced heart that does not collapse when life changes. It means knowing that gain and loss, praise and blame, pleasure and pain, fame and obscurity move through the world like changing weather. Gratitude is another purifier. A grateful mind does not constantly stare at what is missing. It notices the cup of water, the breath entering the lungs, the person who showed kindness, the roof, the meal, the teaching, the chance to begin again. Gratitude softens the hunger of greed. It does not make us passive. It makes us sane. It reminds us that life has been supporting us in thousands of quiet ways, even on days when sorrow is present. Humility protects the mind from spiritual pride. It whispers, I still have much to learn. I too am aging. I too can become sick. I too will die. I too must be separated from what I love. I too am followed by my karma. When humility is alive, we do not look at the faults of others as entertainment. We look at them as warnings and as mirrors. We understand that under the right conditions, untrained seeds in us could also grow. So we practice not with arrogance, but with care. And wise reflection on impermanence brings all these medicines together. When we remember that youth fades, health changes, life ends, loved ones separate, and karma remains, the mind becomes less interested in petty hatred. We begin to ask, is this resentment worth carrying to my deathbed? Is this jealousy worth planting in my future? Is this cruel fantasy worthy of the short life I have been given? Impermanence does not make life meaningless. It makes each mental choice more precious. In daily life, this practice can begin very simply. When anger first sparks, notice it before it becomes a fire. Feel it in the body, the tightening jaw, the heat in the chest, the speed of thought. Do not immediately obey it. Take one breath, then another. Sometimes one mindful breath is enough to prevent a sentence that would wound someone for years. Sometimes one pause is enough to stop the hand, soften the eyes, change the future. When envy arises, Try silently blessing the person you envy. This may feel unnatural at first, almost impossible, but gently say inwardly, "May your happiness continue. May your goodness not decline. May I also grow in the causes of true well-being." The blessing is not for them alone. It is for your own heart, so that it does not become narrow and bitter. Each time you rejoice even a little, you loosen the chain of comparison. When a cruel fantasy appears, do not make a home for it. Do not sit down with it and serve it tea. Look more deeply. The person you dislike also suffers. They too fear loss. They too will age, fall ill, die, and be separated from what they love. They too carry karma they may not understand. This reflection does not require you to trust them or be near them. It simply protects your own mind from becoming a place where cruelty is comfortable. When resentment returns, ask, "What am I feeding right now?" Not, "Was I right?" Not, "Were they wrong?" Those questions may have their place, but they do not always free the heart. Ask instead, "If I water this thought every day, what kind of person will I become? What words will grow from it? What actions will follow? What future am I building?" In this way, karma becomes immediate, not a distant punishment, not a mysterious reward, but the shaping of the heart, moment by moment. The mind can be trained. This is the hopeful truth. If unwholesome states have been cultivated, wholesome states can be cultivated too. No garden is transformed in one morning. Weeds may return, old seeds may sprout, but the gardener who wakes up each day and chooses carefully will eventually see a different field, more patience, more tenderness, more restraint, more clarity, less delight in harm, less hunger for praise, less fear of loss, less need to defeat others in order to feel alive. And perhaps one day, in a moment that once would have produced anger, compassion appears instead. In a moment that once would have produced envy, joy appears. In a moment that once would have produced revenge, understanding appears. This is not magic. This is karma purified at its source. So we return again and again to the hidden room of the mind. We open the door with mindfulness. We look around without hatred for what we find. We remove what is harmful, not because we are ashamed, but because we no longer wish to suffer from it. We plant what is wholesome, not because someone is watching, but because the heart itself longs to be free. When body, speech, and mind are watched in this way, the five contemplations become not a theory, but a daily practice. When body, speech, and mind are watched in this way, the five contemplations become not a theory, but a daily practice. They stop being words that belong only to a scripture, a temple, or a teacher's voice. They become something we can carry into the kitchen, into the street, into the office, into the difficult conversation, into the quiet hour before sleep. And perhaps the best place to begin is not at night, when the mind is already tired and crowded, but in the morning, before the world has entered us too deeply. There is a sacred space hidden in the first minutes after waking. Before the hand reaches for the phone, before the eyes are filled with messages, news, demands, and comparisons, there is a small doorway. The body is awake, but the day has not yet claimed us. The mind is soft, the heart is still close to silence. If we can meet ourselves there, even for a few breaths, we can place a gentle direction upon the whole day. This practice does not require a special room. It does not require incense, bells, or a perfect posture. If you have them, they may support you. But if not, the edge of the bed is enough. A chair beside the window is enough. A quiet corner before the children wake, before the traffic begins, before work calls your name, is enough. What matters is sincerity. What matters is that, before entering the marketplace of the world, we remember the truth of being alive. Sit for a moment and feel the breath, not as a technique to achieve something, but as a way of returning. One breath in, knowing the body is here. One breath out, letting the night go. Feel the weight of the body. Feel the beating of the heart. Feel that this day has been given, but not guaranteed. Then very gently bring the first contemplation into the mind. I am subject to aging. I cannot escape aging. Do not say this with sadness only. Say it with honesty. This body, so familiar, is changing even now. The skin, the bones, the eyes, the strength, the memory, the pace of walking, the way the hands hold things, all of it belongs to the law of change. Whether we are young or old, aging is already present. It does not wait until the hair turns white. It begins with birth. When we remember aging in the morning, something in our pride softens. We become less arrogant about youth, beauty, talent, speed, or strength. We stop acting as if our present condition is a throne that no one can remove. The contemplation of aging teaches humility without humiliation. It does not say, "You are nothing," it says, "You are human. Be kind while you still can. Do not waste this strength in cruelty. Do not spend this freshness in reckless living. Do not use your youth to create wounds that your old age will have to remember." If we carry this line into the day, we may look at an elderly person differently. We may see not a burden, not an inconvenience, but our own future walking slowly before us. We may speak more patiently. We may listen more fully. We may stop mocking weakness, because we understand that weakness is not a stranger. It is a visitor who will one day know our address. Then breathe again, let the first truth settle, and bring forward the second. I am subject to illness. I cannot escape illness. This is not meant to frighten the heart. It is meant to awaken gratitude. Health is one of the most easily forgotten blessings. When the body functions well, we assume it will always obey. We eat carelessly, speak harshly, work without rest, burn the mind with worry, and imagine that the body will continue carrying us without complaint. But the Buddha asks us to remember, this body is fragile. It can be disturbed by a small germ, a hidden cell, a sudden accident, a single breath taken in the wrong condition. The strong person and the weak person are both living under the same law. When we contemplate illness in the morning, gratitude becomes more real. If we can stand, we know that stands are a gift. If we can breathe without pain, we know that breathing is a gift. If we can hear, see, walk, digest, work, hold someone's hand, then the day is already filled with blessings before anything else happens. We do not need to win the world in order to be rich. We only need to notice what has not yet been taken away. This contemplation also protects us from using health for unwholesome purposes. If today we have energy, how will we spend it? Will we use it to chase resentment, to harm another being, to indulge every impulse, to exhaust ourselves in greed? Or will we use this temporary strength to do one useful thing, say one healing word, practice one moment of restraint, offer one act of care? Thinking of illness does not make life smaller. It makes our use of life more tender and more intelligent. Then breathe again. Feel the body breathing, the lungs receiving, the heart continuing, and bring forward the third contemplation. I am subject to death. I cannot escape death. This line may feel heavy. Many people avoid it because they think remembering death will darken the day. But in the Buddha's path, to remember death is not to reject life. It is to wake up inside life. Death is not an insult to existence. It is the boundary that makes each moment precious. Because we will die, the words we speak today matter. Because we will die, the anger we keep feeding may not be worth its cost. Because we will die, love should not be postponed forever. In the morning, this contemplation gives urgency but not panic. It whispers, do not sleepwalk. It asks, if this day were not one of many, but one of few, how would you carry your body? How would you use your speech? What thoughts would you allow to rule the mind? We do not know whether we have decades, years, months, or only this day. We do not know whether the last moment will come in a hospital bed, on a road, in sleep, in success, in failure, in celebration, or in ordinary routine. The uncertainty is not a punishment. It is a teacher. Remembering death can save us from pettiness. Some arguments lose their power when placed beside mortality. Some grudges become too heavy to carry. Some ambitions reveal themselves as empty noise. And some simple things become luminous. A bowl of rice, morning light on the wall, the voice of someone we love, the chance to apologize, the chance to begin again. Death does not wait until we are ready. So practice asks us to become ready now, not by fearing the end, but by living in a way that can meet the end with fewer regrets. Then breathe again. Let the mind become quiet. Bring forward the fourth contemplation. I must be separated from all that I love and all that is dear to. Truth is delicate. It touches the deepest places in us. We love people, homes, roles, memories, bodies, routines, possessions, identities. We hold them close and call them mine. There is nothing wrong with love. The Buddha did not teach us to become stone. He taught us to love with wisdom, because whatever is loved is also subject to change. People move away, children grow, parents age, friends disappear into their own lives. Objects break, status fades, the body changes. Even moods and dreams separate from us. When we remember separation in the morning, tenderness arises. We become less careless with those near us. We do not assume that the person eating breakfast across from us will always be there. We do not assume that there will be endless chances to speak gently. We do not assume that love can survive forever without attention. This contemplation does not ask us to love less. It asks us to love without possession, to hold without crushing, to appreciate without demanding that anything remain unchanged for our comfort. If we carry this truth into the day, we may pause before speaking sharply to someone we love. We may answer a message with warmth instead of indifference. We may forgive a small imperfection. We may look at a child, a partner, a parent, a friend, even a pet, and understand this meeting is temporary. And because it is temporary, it is worthy of reverence. Separation is painful, but the contemplation of separation can make love cleaner. It removes some of the entitlement. It teaches us to cherish without clinging, to serve without controlling, to be present without believing we own what we love. Then breathe again. Let the heart remain open. Bring forward the fifth contemplation, the one that gathers the previous four and turns them into conduct. I am the owner. I inherit my karma. I am born of my karma. I am related to my karma. I live supported by my karma. Whatever I do, for good or for harm, to that I will fall heir. This is the contemplation of responsibility, not blame, not shame, not despair, but responsibility. Aging will come, illness will come, death will come, separation will come. Much of life cannot be controlled, but within this changing and uncertain life, intention still matters, choice still matters, body, speech, and mind still plant seeds. We cannot command every result, but we can take care of what we are sowing. To remember karma in the morning is to ask, what kind of person will I practice being today? Not someday, not after everything becomes easy, not after everyone treats me well, but today. When the body moves, will it move toward harm or helpfulness? When speech rises, will it carry poison or medicine? When thoughts gather, will they build a prison or open a path? This is where the morning practice becomes very practical. After reciting or silently reviewing the 5 contemplations, choose one bodily action to purify for the day. It may be simple. Today I will not kill even the smallest creature carelessly. Today I will not throw my anger through my hands. Today I will drive with patience. Today I will treat my body as a vehicle for practice, not merely as a tool for pleasure or ambition. Today I will do one act of generosity even if no one notices, then choose one verbal habit to purify. Perhaps today I will not gossip. Today I will not exaggerate to make myself look better. Today I will not use silence as punishment. Today I will speak more slowly when anger appears. Today I will tell the truth with kindness. Today I will praise what is good instead of only criticizing what is imperfect. Speech is light, yet it can cut deeply. A few words can burden another heart for years. A few words can also give someone the strength to continue. So in the morning, before speech begins its journey, place a guardian at the gate. Then choose one mental pattern to purify. This may be the most subtle and the most important. Today I will notice resentment before it becomes a story. Today I will recognize envy without feeding it. Today I will not rehearse revenge in the hidden theater of the mind. Today I will return from useless worry to the breath. Today I will cultivate gratitude when the mind begins counting what is missing. Today I will remember that every being wants happiness and fears pain, just as I do. Do not choose too much. The path is not strengthened by heroic promises that collapse by noon. Choose one thing for the body, one for speech, one for the mind. Make them small enough to practice and meaningful enough to matter. If you forget, begin again. If you fail, begin again. If you remember only once in the whole day, that one moment is still a seed. Karma is shaped by repetition, but repetition begins with a single moment of remembering. At first, these 5 contemplations may feel heavy. The mind may resist them. It may say, "Why begin the day with aging, illness, death, separation, and karma? Is life not difficult enough?" But if we stay with the practice gently, something changes. The words move from heavy to honest. They stop sounding like threats and begin sounding like truth. Then, with more repetition, they become protective. They stand beside us when anger rises. They steady us when temptation appears. They soften us when pride grows loud. They remind us not to waste the day. And eventually, in a quiet and unexpected way, they may become peaceful. Not because aging disappears, not because illness, death, and separation vanish, not because karma becomes simple, but because we are no longer pretending. We are living in agreement with reality, and to live in agreement with reality is already a great relief. A morning touched by these contemplations is different from a morning ruled by habit. Before the phone tells us who is angry, who is successful, who is suffering, who wants something from us, we have already listened to the deeper message. Life is fragile, love is temporary, action matters. Before work gives us a role, we remember we are more than a role. Before the world pulls us into comparison, we remember that all beings are aging, all beings are vulnerable, all beings will die, all beings will lose what they love, all beings are heirs to their deeds. This remembrance does not remove difficulty from the day. Someone may still insult us, plans may still fail, the body may still hurt, the mind may still be restless, but we enter these conditions with a different preparation. We are not completely surprised by impermanence. We are not completely intoxicated by praise. We are not completely crushed by blame. Somewhere inside, the morning practice continues to breathe. And if we can, at the end of the morning reflection, we may place a simple intention over the day. May my body not become a weapon. May my speech not become a fire. May my mind not become a field of thorns. May whatever I do today reduce suffering, not increase it. May I remember before each action that I must inherit what I plant. Then rise slowly, wash your face with awareness. Drink water as if receiving life. Step into the day not as someone who has mastered the Dharma, but as someone willing to be guided by it. That willingness is already noble. That small pause before the world begins may become the root of many wholesome actions. One restrained word, one gentle gesture, one abandoned cruel thought, one moment of compassion where anger might have been. These are not small things. These are the quiet architecture of a better life. Day after day, the practice works beneath the surface. Like water softening stone, like dawn returning to a dark room, the 5 contemplations reshape the heart. We become less reckless because we remember aging, less ungrateful because we remember illness, less distracted because we remember death, less possessive because we remember separation, less careless because we remember karma. Still, when we contemplate karma, many people fall into fear or guilt, so we must understand how to practice without losing compassion for ourselves. And this is important, because the teaching on karma is not meant to make the heart collapse. It is not meant to turn the mind into a courtroom where we become both the accused and the judge, condemning ourselves again and again for what has already been done. The Buddha did not ask us to contemplate karma so that we would drown in regret. He asked us to contemplate karma so that we would wake up. But sometimes, when we sit quietly and look back, the memories come. We remember a living being we harmed without thinking. Maybe it was only an insect, a small creature crossing the floor, and with one careless movement, we ended its life. At that time, we may have felt nothing. We may have said, "It is only a fly, it is only an ant, it is only a cockroach." But later, when the mind becomes softer, when compassion has begun to grow, the memory returns with a different weight. We realize that what seemed small to us was not small to the one who wanted to live. We remember words we spoke in anger, words that cut into someone's heart more deeply than we knew. Perhaps that person was our parent, our child, our partner, our friend. Perhaps they forgave us. Perhaps they never did. Perhaps they are no longer here for us to apologize to. And because the word has already been spoken, because the wound has already been made, we feel the ache of helplessness. We remember lies, even those lies we thought were necessary. We remember the times we protected our pride instead of protecting the truth. We remember moments when we could have helped but turned away. We remember opportunities to be generous that we ignored. We remember the jealousy we hid behind a smile, the resentment we fed in silence, the judgments we made in the secret room of the mind. And sometimes, what hurts most is not what others know about us, but what we ourselves know. When reflection on karma becomes honest, it can be uncomfortable. It removes the curtain. It does not allow us to pretend that our actions disappear simply because time has passed. It tells us that what we do, what we say, and what we think leaves a trace. Even a moment is not empty. Even a small intention has direction. Like a shadow that follows the body, karma follows the mind that created it. Yet, right here at this delicate point, we must be very careful. There is a kind of regret that purifies, and there is a kind of regret that poisons. There is a remorse that opens the door to transformation, and there is a self-hatred that locks the door and throws away the key. Wholesome remorse says, "I see clearly. I have caused harm. I do not want to continue like this." It has humility in it. It has courage in it. It has compassion not only for oneself, but also for those who suffered because of our ignorance. This kind of remorse is painful, but it is clean pain. It is like removing a thorn from the foot. There may be blood, there may be tenderness, but the wound can begin to heal. Self-hatred is different. Self-hatred says, "I am bad, I am hopeless. I will never change. I deserve only punishment." It sounds severe, but it is not wisdom. It may look like moral seriousness, but underneath it is still a form of ignorance. Why? Because it freezes the heart. It makes the mind heavy and dark. It takes one unskillful action and turns it into an identity. It mistakes a stain for the whole cloth. The Buddha's teaching does not ask us to deny responsibility. But it also does not ask us to build a prison inside ourselves. If we have done wrong, we must know it as wrong. If we have caused harm, we must not decorate it with excuses. But after seeing clearly, the next step is not to hate ourselves. The next step is to stop feeding the causes of suffering and begin feeding the causes of peace. This is the meaning of repentance in the Buddhist path. It is not begging some outside power to erase the past while we remain unchanged. It is not a performance of sorrow. It is not the dramatic emotion of one moment that fades the next day. True repentance is steady and practical. It has 4 living parts. First, we recognize honestly. We stop hiding from what we have done. We do not exaggerate it to torture ourselves, and we do not minimize it to protect our pride. We look with clear eyes. We say, "This action was unwholesome. This word caused pain. This intention came from greed, hatred, or delusion." To recognize is already to step out of darkness, because ignorance survives by not being seen. Second, we feel sincere regret. Not regret because we were caught, not regret because our image was damaged, not regret because consequences have arrived at our door. but regret because we understand that suffering has been created. We feel the sadness of having used this human life, even for a moment, in a way that brought harm instead of refuge. This regret softens arrogance, it makes the heart teachable. Third, we make a resolve not to repeat it. This resolve may be quiet, but it must be real. We may not become perfect overnight. Old habits may rise again, anger may return, fear may return, carelessness may return. But the direction of the heart has changed. We are no longer defending the habit. We are no longer calling poison medicine. We are training ourselves to stop, to pause, to remember before action forms. And fourth, we cultivate the opposite virtue. This is essential. We do not purify unwholesome karma merely by feeling bad about it. We purify by planting a different seed, again and again, until a new habit begins to grow. If we have harmed life, we begin to protect life. We become more careful where we step. We choose not to kill when we can refrain. We help a trapped insect leave the room instead of crushing it. We feed a hungry animal. We look at small beings not as annoyances, but as fellow travelers in the great stream of birth and death. Perhaps they are tiny. Perhaps their bodies are fragile, but the wish to avoid pain is not tiny. The wish to live is not fragile. When we protect life, we are not only helping another being, we are reshaping our own heart. If we have lied, we practice truth, not harsh truth used as a weapon, not careless truth spoken without compassion, but truth that is clean and timely. We learn to pause before we speak. We ask, is this true? Is it useful? Is it kind? Is this the right time? Every honest word becomes a small lamp in the mind. Every time we refuse a lie, even a convenient one, we weaken the old pattern. We become someone others can trust, and slowly we become someone we ourselves can trust. If we have spoken harshly, we train in gentleness. This does not mean we become weak. It does not mean we never set boundaries or never speak firmly. Gentleness is not the absence of strength. Gentleness is strength without cruelty. It is the ability to correct without humiliating, to disagree without hatred, to tell the truth without wanting to destroy. A harsh tongue can be trained. A sharp voice can be softened. A mouth that once created fear can become a place from which comfort comes. If we have carried hatred, we cultivate goodwill. This may be the hardest practice of all, because hatred often feels justified. We think, because they hurt me, I have the right to hate. But hatred does not remain neatly inside the story where it began. It colors the mind. It enters our face, our sleep, our speech, our choices. To cultivate goodwill does not mean approving of harm. It does not mean returning to unsafe places or pretending nothing happened. It means refusing to let another person's unskillfulness become the ruler of our inner life. It means wishing at the deepest level that all beings be freed from the ignorance that makes them harm themselves and others. This is how karma is understood without fear. We see that actions have consequences, but we also see that this very moment is alive with possibility. The past has power, yes, but it is not the only power. The present also has power. Mindfulness has power. Restraint has power. Sometimes people hear the teaching on karma and think everything is already fixed. They imagine karma as a sentence written in stone, as if there is no room for effort, no room for repentance, no room for awakening. But this is not the spirit of the Buddha's teaching. If everything were fixed, practice would be meaningless. If nothing could be transformed, karma may be deep, but it is not a command to despair. Habits may be old, but they are not masters unless we keep obeying them. A person who has been angry for many years can still begin to pause. A person who has lived carelessly can still begin to be careful. A person who has lied many times can still tell the truth today. A person who has caused pain can still become a source of healing. We should be patient with this process. The mind is not changed by one beautiful thought. A life is not purified by one emotional evening. We may make a vow in the morning and fail by noon. We may listen to the Dharma and feel inspired, then lose our temper in traffic, speak sharply at home, or fall back into old cravings. When this happens, the untrained mind says, "See, I am hopeless," but the practicing mind says, "I have seen the habit more clearly, now I begin." Beginning again is not failure. Beginning again is the path. Every mindful moment interrupts the chain of unconscious repetition. This is a powerful thing. When anger rises and we notice it before speaking, something has already changed. When jealousy appears and we recognize it as suffering rather than truth, something has already changed. When the hand wants to kill a small creature, and instead we pause, take a cup, and carry it outside, something has already changed. When a lie is ready on the tongue and we choose silence or honesty, something has already changed. The world may not applaud these moments. No one may see them. No one may know the battle that took place inside us. But karma knows. The heart knows. The path is made of such unseen victories. This is why we should not despise small goodness. We often think only great actions matter. Building temples, giving large gifts, making dramatic sacrifices, changing the lives of many people. These are beautiful when done with a pure heart, but the roots of karma often grow in ordinary soil. A gentle reply when we are tired, a patient breath when we are blamed, a moment of mercy toward a creature we could easily destroy, a quiet refusal to feed resentment, a sincere apology, a humble correction, a thought of compassion sent towards someone in pain. These are not small, these are seeds, and just as one drop of water falling again and again can fill a jar, one wholesome intention repeated again and again can change the direction of a life. We may not be able to erase every past action. We may not know what fruits will ripen from long ago, but we can choose what we are planting now. We can choose the tone of this word, the intention behind this deed, the quality of this thought. To contemplate karma wisely is to live with both seriousness and tenderness. Seriousness, because nothing is truly meaningless. Tenderness, because every being is struggling under the weight of ignorance, fear, desire, and old conditioning. We take responsibility, but we do not turn responsibility into cruelty. We regret, but we do not drown. We repair where we can. We restrain what must be restrained. We cultivate what is beautiful. And when we fall, we rise with humility. There may be people listening now who carry a private sorrow, something done long ago, something said that cannot be taken back, some harm caused in youth, in anger, in confusion, in a time when the mind did not yet understand. If that memory comes, hold it gently, do not push it away, but do not let it become a knife you keep turning against your own heart. Bow to the truth of it, learn from it. If possible, make amends. If direct amends would cause more harm, then make amends through the way you live from this day forward. Let the life you protect now answer the life you once harmed. Let the truth you speak now answer the lies once spoken. Let the kindness you offer now answer the harshness that once escaped you. Let the goodwill you cultivate now answer the hatred you once carried. This is not a cheap escape from karma. This is the noble labor of transformation. The Buddha's compassion is not sentimental. It does not say nothing matters. It says everything matters. And because everything matters, your next step matters too. It does not erase cause and effect. It teaches us how to stop creating causes of suffering and how to nourish causes of freedom. So, we contemplate karma not as frightened children waiting for punishment, but as mature practitioners learning how to care for the field of the heart. We know that seeds have consequences. We know that bitter seeds cannot produce sweet fruit, but we also know that a field, even if neglected for years, can be tended. Stones can be removed, weeds can be pulled, good seeds can be planted, rain can come, sunlight can return, and slowly, the heart that once trembled before karma begins to trust the path. Not because the past is denied, but because the present is honored. Not because responsibility is avoided, but because responsibility is embraced with wisdom. We are not asked to be perfect in one day. We are asked to wake up in this moment, then the next, then the next. With this balanced heart, we can now see the whole teaching as a way of living more awake in ordinary moments. To live awake in the ordinary world is to understand that karma is not waiting for us only in temples, meditation halls, or moments of great decision. Karma is being shaped while we are washing dishes, answering a message, paying a bill, sitting in traffic, speaking to someone we love, or silently judging someone we barely know. The path does not begin only when incense is lit. It begins when the heart meets the next moment. Sometimes we imagine spiritual life as something separate from daily life. We think it belongs to quiet mornings, folded hands, sacred texts, and peaceful retreats. But the Buddha's teaching reaches into the kitchen, the bedroom, the workplace, the hospital corridor, the marketplace, and the glowing screen in our hands. Wherever intention appears, karma is being planted. Wherever body, speech, and mind move, the path is present. In family life, karma is often created in the smallest and most painful ways, not always through great cruelty, but through tired words, careless expressions, cold silences, and repeated impatience. We may speak gently to strangers but harshly to our own parents. We may show courtesy to a customer, but snap at our partner because we feel safe enough to be unguarded. We may encourage our friends, but discourage our children with words that follow them for years. A parent grows old and speaks slowly, repeats the same story, forgets what was already said. In that moment, karma is not something distant. It is present in the tone of our reply. Do we answer with irritation, as if their weakness is an inconvenience? Or do we remember, I too am subject to aging. I too will one day depend on the patience of another. A single sentence can become a wound, but a single sentence can also become a shelter. With children, karma is shaped by how we hold power. A child is small, dependent, easily frightened, easily marked by praise or blame. When we are tired, disappointed, or worried, we may pour our inner storm onto them. We may call it discipline, but if the heart is filled with anger, the child receives anger. We may think they will forget, but the heart remembers what the mind cannot name. To guide a child with firmness is sometimes needed, but to guide without humiliation, without violence, without making them feel unloved, that is the work of mindfulness. With partners, karma is created in the hidden space between expectation and disappointment. We may love someone deeply, and yet speak to them with the sharpness of accumulated resentment. We may keep a quiet account of what we have given and what we did not receive. We may say, "You never understand me," or "You always do this." And in those words, we reduce a living person to a fixed image in our mind. The Buddha teaches us to look closely. Before speech becomes sound, it is already forming in the heart. If the heart is wounded, let it know it is wounded. If the heart is angry, let it know it is angry. But do not let anger pretend to be truth. Among siblings and relatives, old karma often feels very strong. A single remark can awaken 20 years of memory. One glance can reopen childhood comparison, jealousy, rejection, pride. In family gatherings, we may find that we are not only speaking to the person in front of us, but to all the old stories we still carry. This is why contemplation is necessary. If we do not wake up, we continue old patterns and call them personality. We repeat the same sharpness, the same defensiveness, the same need to be right. But when mindfulness enters, even one pause can weaken an old chain. At work too, karma is constantly being made. The workplace may appear to be only a place of salary, duty, ambition, and achievement, but it is also a field of intention. There we meet honesty and dishonesty, fairness and exploitation, generosity and jealousy, patience and resentment. We may ask ourselves, what kind of person am I becoming? Ambition itself is not the enemy. To work hard, to develop skill, to provide for family, to build something useful, these can be wholesome when guided by ethics. But ambition without conscience can become hunger without end. It can lead us to step on others, hide the truth, take credit for what is not ours, flatter the powerful, ignore the weak, and call it success. The world may applaud such success for a while, but karma listens not to applause. Karma follows intention. When a coworker succeeds, what happens in the mind? Can we rejoice, or do we secretly burn? When someone makes a mistake, do we help them recover, or do we quietly enjoy their embarrassment? When we hold authority, do we use it to protect and guide, or, when no one is watching, do we still do the honest thing? These moments may seem small, but they train the heart. Every day, we are rehearsing either integrity or corruption. There are people who speak beautifully about compassion, yet treat those beneath them with contempt. There are people who donate in public, yet exploit in private. There are people who recite noble teachings, yet cheat when profit is near. This does not mean we should condemn them. It means we should be careful not to become them. Spiritual life is not proven by what we say we believe. It is revealed by how we behave when desire, fear, money, reputation, and power touch the heart. And now, in this age, there is another field of karma that follows us everywhere. The online world. A phone screen may seem light, harmless, separate from real life. But intention does not disappear because the action passes through a device. A cruel comment is still speech. A lie shared quickly is still a seed. Gossip written with the thumbs still leaves an imprint on the mind. Envy fed by comparison still burns the heart. A screen does not erase karma. Online, we can become careless because we do not see the face of the person receiving our words. We forget that behind each image, each post, each name, there is a mind that can suffer. We insult strangers, mock weakness, laugh at someone's downfall, join outrage without knowing the truth. We may share misinformation because it excites us, because it confirms our views, because we want to be first, because anger feels powerful. But the Buddha would ask us to return to intention. Is this true? Is it beneficial? Is it timely? Is it spoken with a mind of goodwill? The online world also feeds comparison. We see the success, beauty, wealth, travel, family, and happiness of others, and we forget that we are seeing fragments. We compare our inner life to their outer display. Then envy arises, self-contempt arises, craving arises. We begin to feel that our life is not enough, and from that feeling many unwholesome actions may grow. Boasting, pretending, resentment, harsh judgment, restless consumption. Here too, karma begins in the mind before it appears in conduct. To live awake is to use technology without surrendering the heart to it. Before posting, pause. Before reacting, breathe. Before sharing, verify. Before comparing, remember suffering. Before envying, bless. Before attacking, ask whether this word will reduce suffering or increase it. The world already contains so much fire. Do not let your speech become more fuel. But karma is not only created in relationships, work, and public expression. It is also created in solitude. What we do when no one is watching matters deeply. Because the mind is watching, the heart is being trained. In solitude, we consume images, sounds, stories, fantasies, and emotions. We may feed wisdom, or we may feed agitation. We may use quiet time to heal, or to rehearse resentment. We may revisit old injuries again and again, polishing them like treasures, strengthening the identity of someone wronged. There is a smaller story, almost forgettable, about two brothers who inherited a single well between their properties. One brother, whenever he drew water, muttered about the effort, about how the rope was too short, about how his brother probably took more than his share. His bucket, over the years, seemed heavier every single time he lifted it, though no one had added weight to it. The other brother, drawing from the same well, hummed quietly while he worked, thanked the well without embarrassment, and offered a cup to any traveler passing by. Neighbors began to notice that they preferred to ask the second brother for help, not because his water tasted different, but because standing near him did not feel like standing near a storm. Years passed, And when illness finally came to the village, it was the second brother's door that people knocked on first. Not because he was wealthier or stronger, but because his years of small, unwatched kindness had quietly built something neither brother could see while it was happening. The well never changed. The water never changed. What changed was the invisible current each brother had been feeding, one complaint and one blessing at a time, until it became the truth people could feel simply by standing in their presence. This, too, is karma working patiently beneath the surface of ordinary days, indifferent to whether anyone is watching, faithful only to what the heart keeps choosing to become. There is a private world inside each of us where karma is being woven. The fantasies we indulge, the hatred we repeat, the jealous comparisons we nourish, the revenge we imagine, the craving we decorate, all of these shape the mind. We may not act outwardly today, but we are creating familiarity, and what the mind becomes familiar with, it can more easily do. This is why guarding the mind is not repression, it is compassion. If we see a child reaching toward fire, we do not say, "Let the child be free." We gently guide the hand away. In the same way, when the mind reaches toward bitterness, greed, cruelty, or delusion, mindfulness guides it away, not with hatred toward ourselves, but with understanding. We say, "This leads to suffering. I do not need to follow this." The ordinary world is full of opportunities to practice. Standing in line, we can practice patience. Being criticized, we can practice humility. Seeing someone in pain, we can practice compassion. Receiving praise, we can practice modesty. Losing something, we can practice non-attachment. Being misunderstood, we can practice restraint. Hearing good news for someone else, we can practice sympathetic joy. Facing our own mistake, we can practice honesty. None of these moments are small. They are the very place where the path becomes real. If we wait for perfect conditions to practice, we may wait our whole life. If we think practice begins only when the house is quiet, when work is finished, when people stop irritating us, when the body is healthy, when the mind is peaceful, then practice will always be postponed. But the Buddha did not teach a path that depends on perfect conditions. He taught a path that can be walked in the midst of impermanence. A kitchen can be a monastery if we wash a bowl with awareness. A hospital room can be a meditation hall if we meet sickness with tenderness and courage. A workplace can be a field of merit if we choose honesty over greed. A difficult conversation can be a doorway to liberation if we speak truth without hatred. A phone screen can be a place of practice if we refuse to spread cruelty. The street, the market, the family table, the office desk, the silent bedroom at night, all are fields where the three karmas are planted. This is why the reflection on karma is not meant to make life heavy. It is meant to make life sacred. When we know that every action matters, we become more careful. When we know that every word leaves a trace, we speak with more kindness. When we know that every thought trains the heart, we choose more wisely what to cultivate. We stop living as if moments are disposable. We begin to see that this breath, this sentence, this gesture, this decision is part of the path, and when we fail, as we sometimes will, we do not collapse into despair. We acknowledge the harm. We feel remorse without drowning in self-hatred. We repair what can be repaired. We ask forgiveness where appropriate. We learn. We renew our intention. The path is not walked by those who never fall. It is walked by those who keep waking up. At the end of this long reflection, we return to the simple verse of the Five Contemplations, not as poetry alone, but as a map for the rest of our days. I am subject to aging. May I not waste youth in heedless. I am subject to illness. May I not use health as a reason for arrogance or harm. I am subject to death. May I live prepared, not terrified, but awake. I must be separated from all that is dear. May I love without clinging and appreciate without possession. I am the owner of my karma. May my body, speech, and mind become fields of goodness. These 5 recollections do not take beauty away from life. They deepen it. They remind us to hold our loved ones more gently, to speak before it is too late, to forgive before the heart hardens, to give while the hand can still open, to practice while the mind can still understand. They bring us back from dreams of permanence into the honesty of this moment. And now, as this reflection comes to rest, we do not need to leave the world in order to live wisely within it. We return to our rooms, our families, our work, our messages, our meals, our responsibilities. We return not as perfect beings, but as people who remember each day, guard the body with compassion, guard speech with mindfulness, guard the mind with responsibility. Let the ordinary world become the place of awakening. Let every step plant a better seed. Let every breath remind us that karma follows like a shadow, and that with wisdom, kindness, and care, even this shadow can guide us toward the light.